Chapter 11, 32. 95. And seeing your mouths terrible by the jaws, and resembling the fire of destruction, I cannot recognize the various directions, I feel no comfort. Be gracious, O Lord of gods, who pervadest the universe. And all these sons of Ra, together with all the bands of kings, and Bhishma and Drasa, and this charioteer's son, likewise, together with our principal warriors also, are rapidly entering your mouths, fearful and horrific, by reason of your jaws. And some with their heads smashed are seen to be stuck in the spaces between the teeth, as the many rapid currents of a river's waters run towards the sea alone, so do these heroes of the human world enter your mouths blazing all round. As butterflies, with increased velocity, enter a blazing fire to their destruction, so too do these people enter your mouths with increased velocity, only to their destruction. Swallowing all these people, you are licking them over and over again from all sides with your blazing mouths. Your fierce splendors. Copyright symbol Vishya. Filling the whole universe with their effulgence, are heating it. Tell me who you are in this fierce form. Salutations be to thee, O chief of the gods. Be gracious. I wish to know you, the primeval one, for I do not understand your actions. The deity said, I am death, the destroyer of the worlds. Fully developed, and I am now active about the over. 1te, Kasa, who was really the eldest brother of the Pasdevas, but having been immediately on birth abandoned by Kunt, was brought up by a charioteer. Kasa was told of his true origin by Bhishma on his deathbed, and advised to join the Pasdevas, but he declined. For why reason of the ruggedness and distortion of face. 096 Bhagwadgita. Throw of the worlds. Even without you, the warriors standing in the adverse hosts, shall all cease to be. Therefore, be up, obtain glory, and vanquishing your foes, enjoy a prosperous kingdom. All these have been already killed by me. Be only the instrument, O saviors 44 in Drova, and Bhishma, and Gayadratha, and Kama, and likewise other valiant warriors also, whom I have killed, do you kill. Be not alarmed. Do fight. And in the battle you will conquer your foes. Saphigaya said. Hearing these words of Kesava, the wearer of the coronet asterisk, trembling, and with joined hands, bowed down, and sorely afraid, and with throat choked up, he again spoke to Krv/Sha after saluting him. Arjuna said, it is quite proper, O Rishikesa, that the universe is delighted and charmed by your renown, that the demons run away affrighted in all directions, and that all the assemblages of siddhas bow down to you. And why, O high-souled one, should they not bow down to you, who are greater than Brahman, and first cause? O infinite Lord of gods! O you pervading the universe! You are the indestructible, that which is not, and what is beyond the asterisk. You are the primal. Arjuna, as he could shoot with his left hand as well as the right. Stvara. To Arjuna, who had this coronet given him by Indra. Madhu. Stidana. The commentators interpret this to mean the perceptible, the unperceived, and the higher principle. CFP 84 Supra, and also pp. 103, 113 infra and notes there. Chapter 11, 44. 07. God, the ancient being, you are the highest support of this universe, you are that which has no ledge, that which is the object of knowledge, you are the highest goal. By you is this universe pervaded, O you of infinite forms. You are the wind, Yama, fire, Varyuva, the moon, Upragpati, and the great grand sea. Obeisance be to thee, O thou Sun times, and again obeisance to thee. In front and from behind obeisance to thee. Abe. Suns be to thee from all sides, O you who are all. You are of infinite power, of unmeasured glory. You pervade all, and therefore you are all. What ever I have said contemptuously, for instance, O Krisha, O Yadeva, O friend, thinking you to be my friend, and not knowing your greatness, as shown in this universal form, or through friend leanness, or incautiously, and whatever disrespect one have shown you for purposes of merriment, on signs of play, sleep, dinner, or sitting together, whether alone or in the presence of friends, for all that, O undegraded one, I ask pardon of you, who are indefinable. You are the Father of the world, movable and immovable, you its great and venerable Master, there is none equal to you. Whence can there be one greater, O you whose power is unparalleled in all the three worlds? Therefore one bow and prostrate myself, and would propitiate you, the praiseworthy Lord. Be pleased. CP 94 Supra. Here the commentators say the words mean that in which the universe is placed at deluge time. 2. Professor Tickle mentions great-grandfather as a name for the creator among Kaffius, History of Religion, p. 18, compare p. 83 Supra. Lo. Of whom it is impossible to ascertain whether he is such or such. CFP 94 Supra. 8. H. 98, Bhagwadgita. O God, to pardon my guilt, as a father, that of his son, a friend, that of his friend, or a husband, that of his beloved. I am delighted at seeing what I had never seen before, and my heart is also alarmed by fear. Show me that same form, O God. Be gracious, O Lord of gods. O you pervading the universe. I wish to see you bearing the coronet and the mace, with the discus in hand, just the same as before. O you of thousand arms. O you of all forms. Assume that same four-handed form. The deity said, O Arjuna, being pleased with you, I have by my own mystic power shown you this supreme form, full of glory, universal, infinite, primeval, and which has not been seen before by anyone else but you. O you hero among the Kauravas, I cannot be seen in this form by anyone but you, even by the help of the study of the Vedas, or of sacrifices, nor by gifts, nor by actions, nor by fierce penances. Be not alarmed, be not perplexed, at seeing this form of mine, fearful like this. Free from fear and with delighted heart, see now again that same form of mine. Sanatsugatiya said. Having thus spoken to Arjuna, Vasudeva again showed his own form, and the high-souled one becoming again of a mild form, comforted him who had been affrighted. This is the ordinary form of Krishna. 2 plus is the original construction. One suspects that sacrifices and study of the Vedas are meant. Compare the speech of Katsha on the next page. Chapter 12, 3. 99. Arjuna said, O Ganardana, seeing this mild, human form of yours, I am now in my right mind, and have come to my normal state. The deity said, even the gods are always desiring to see this form of mine, which it is difficult to get a sight of, and which you have seen. I cannot be seen, as you have seen me, by means of the Vedas, not by penance, not by gift, nor yet by sacrifice. But, O Arjuna, by devotion to me exclusively, I can in this form be truly known, seen, and assimilated. With, O terror of your foes, he who performs acts for propitiating me, to whom I am the highest object, who is my devotee, who is free from attachment, and who has no enmity towards any being, he. Copyright symbol son of Pakstu comes to me. Quae Pter 12. Arjuna said, of the worshippers, who thus, constantly devoted, meditate on you, and those who meditate on the unperceived and indestructible, which best know devotion. The deity said, those who being constantly devoted, and possessed of the highest faith, worship me with a mind fixed on me, are deemed by me to be the most devoted. But those who, restraining the whole group of the senses, and with a mind at all times, literally, entered into, 1t means final emancipation. CP 128. H2. 100 Bhagwadgita. Equable, meditate on the indescribable, indestructible, unperceived, principle, which is all-pervading, thinkable, indifferent, immovable, and constant, they, intent on the good of all beings, necessarily attain to me. For those whose minds are attached to the perceived, the trouble is much greater. Because the unperceived goal is obtained by embodied beings with difficulty. As to those, however, O son of Pritha, who, dedicating all their actions to me, and holding me as their highest goal, worship me, meditating on me with a devotion towards none besides me, and whose minds are fixed on me, I, without delay, come forward as their deliverer from the ocean of this world of death. Place your mind on me only, fix your understanding on me. In me you will dwell asterisk. Hereafter, there is no doubt. But if you are unable to fix your mind steadily on me, then, O Sanatsugatiya, endeavor to obtain me by the abstraction of mind, resulting from continuous meditation register trademark symbol. If you are unequal even to continuous meditation, then let acts for propitiating me be your highest aim. Even performing actions for propitiating me, you will attain perfection. If you are unable to do even this, then resort to devotion. Register trademark symbol to me, and, with self-restraint, abandon all fruit of action. For knowledge is better than continuous meditation, concentration is esteemed higher. Passively looking on what occurs on earth, immovable equals changeless, constant equals eternal. Register trademark symbol viz. The indestructible. *J.E, assimilated with me, as expressed before. Literally, wish. Compare p78 supra. Performing actions, but dedicating them to me. Fixing the mind with effort on the object of contemplation. Cf. Maitha-Upanishad, p. 130. Chapter 12, Ig. IOI. The knowledge, and the abandonment of fruit of action than concentration, from that abandonment. Tranquility soon results. That devotee of mine, who hates no being, who is friendly and compassionate, who is free from egoism, and from the idea that this or that is mine, to whom happiness and misery are alike, who is forgiving, contented, constantly devoted, self-restrained, and firm in his determinations, and whose mind and understanding are devoted to me, he is dear to me. He through whom the world is not agitated, and who is not agitated by the world, who is free from joy and anger and fear and agitation, he too is dear to me. That devotee of mine, who is unconcerned, pure, assiduous *, impartial, free from distress +, who abandons all actions, for fruit, he is dear to me. He who is full of devotion to me, who feels no joy and no aversion, who does not grieve and does not desire, who abandons both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable, he is dear to me. He who is alike to friend and foe, as also in honor and dishonor, who is alike in cold and heat, pleasure and pain, who is free from attachments, to whom praise and blame are alike, who is taciturn register trademark symbol, and contented with anything whatever that comes, who is homeless, and of a steady mind, and full of devotion. No disturbance results from him to other men, or from other men to him, cf. Sutta p. 56. Indifferent to worldly objects. 5. Ready to do work as it arises. Not feeling afflicted by other people's doing an injury to him. 5. Forfeit must be understood here. Tc governs his tongue properly. Compare Sutta 4 ta, p. 55, and Dhammapada, stanza 96. 7 cf. Sutta pp. 94, 101, 122, Apastamba, Dharmastitra. 102 Bhagwadgita. That man is dear to me. But those devotees who, imbued with faith, and, regarding me as their highest goal, resort to this holy means for attaining immortality, as stated, they are extremely dear to me. Chapter 13. The deity said, "This body, O son of Kunt, is called Kshetra, and the learned call him who knows it the Kshya Tragfya *, and know me also, O descendant of Bharata, to be the Kshetragfya in all Kshetras. The knowledge of Kshetra and Kshetragfya is deemed by me to be real knowledge. Now hear from me in brief what that Kshetra is, what it is like, what changes it undergoes, and whence it comes. And what is he asterisk, and what his powers, all which is sung in various ways by sages in numerous hymns, distinctly, and in well-settled texts full of argument, giving indications or full instruction about the Brahman. The great elements register trademark symbol, egoism, the understanding, the unperceived also, the 10 senses, and the one, and the 5 objects of sense, desire. p. 86, p. 152 This series, and Dhammapanda, stanzas 40 to 91. Where the identical word is used, retain the original for want of a good equivalent. Asterisk compare. Svetasvataropanishad, p. 368, and Maithaf, pp. 25 to 72. J. The Kshetrajya. Asterisk hymns equals sil. From the Vedas about ordinary or special actions, and so forth. Argument equals e.g. in texts like how can entity come from non-entity? Who could breathe, if and see? Register trademark symbol compare. Aitaryadhyasika, p. 97. The subtle clements, earth, fire, and sea, are meant. The unperceived equals nature, the one equals mind. Courage equals that by which the drooping body and senses are supported. Egoism equals self-consciousness, the feeling this is I. Chapter 13, 103. Aversion, pleasure, pain, body, consciousness, ku. Rage, thus in brief has been declared the kshetra. With changes. Absence of vanity, absence of os. Tentatiousness, absence of hurtfulness, forgiveness. Straightforwardness, devotion to a preceptor, purity. Steadiness, self-restraint, indifference towards objects of sense, and also absence of egoism, perception of the misery and evil of birth, death asterisk, old age, and disease. Absence of attachment, absence of self. Identifying regard for son, wife asterisk, home, and so forth. And constant equability on the approach of both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable, un. Swerving devotion to me, without meditation on any one else, resorting to clean places, distaste for assemblages of men, constancy in knowledge of the relation of the individual self to the supreme, perception of the object asterisk of knowledge of the truth. This is called knowledge, that is ignorance which is opposed to this. I will declare that which is the object of knowledge, knowing which, one reaches immortality. The highest Brahman, having no beginning nor end, which cannot be said to be existent or non-existent. It has hands and feet on all sides, it has eyes, heads, and faces on all sides, it has ears on all sides, it. 1. See the last page. Changes equals development. 2. Internal as well as external, as to devotion to a preceptor, compare. Apastamba, p1x, p23 in this series, Taittirtha-Upanishad, p38. Svetasvatara, p117, and Sutta-Nipta, p87, as to egoism, c. p52 Supra. 8. Compare. Sutta-Nipata, pp. 18 to 95. 4. Compare. Sutta-Nipata, p12. Asterisk compare. Sutta-Nipata, pr. Asterisk viz. Removal of ignorance and acquisition of happiness. 7 words indicate a class, a quality, an action, or a relation, says Sankara. None of these can be predicated of the Brahman, so you cannot apply either of these words to it. CFPP 84, 96 Supra. Also Svetvatara, p. 346. 104 Bhagwadgita. Stands pervading everything in the world. POS. Possessed of the qualities of all the senses, but devoid of all senses, unattached, it supports all, is devoid of qualities, and the enjoyer of qualities. It is within all things and without them, it is movable and also immovable, it is unknowable through its subtlety, it stands afar and near asterisk. Not different in different things, but standing as though different. It should be known to be the supporter of all things, and that which absorbs and creates them. It is the radiance even of the radiant bodies, it is said to be beyond darkness. It is knowledge, the object of knowledge, that which is to be attained to by knowledge, and placed in the heart of all registered trademark symbol. Thus, in brief have kshetra, knowledge, and the object of knowledge been declared. My devotee, knowing this, becomes fit for assimilation with me. Know nature and spirit both, to be, without beginning. And know all developments and qualities asterisk, to be produced from nature. Nature is said to be the origin of the capacity of working, residing in the body and the senses, and spirit is said to be the origin of the capacity of enjoying pleasures and asterisk compare. Svetvatara, p. 331. He has no ears, but has the quality of hearing, and so forth. Unattached equals really out of relation to everything, though seeming to be connected with other things. Though delusion 2je he perceives them. 8 Sopanishad, p. 12, Mundaka, pp. 313. Asterisk everything being really one. Compare inter alia, p. 124 infra. The various manifestations of the Brahman are one in essence, though apparently different, like foam and wart. 5 Compare p. 88. Asterisk developments equals body, senses, and see. Qualities equals pleasure, pain, and see. Altogether the expression means the body and feelings and so forth. Chapter 13, 26. 105. Pains. For spirit with nature joined, enjoys the qualities born of nature, and the cause of its birth. In good or evil wombs is the connection with the qualities. The Supreme Spirit in this body is called supervisor, advisor asterisk, supporter, enjoyer, the Great Lord, and the Supreme Self also. He who thus knows nature and spirit, together with the qualities, is not born again, however living plus. Some by concentration see the self in the self by the self. Others by the Sankhya Yoga, and others still by the Karma Yoga register trademark symbol, others yet, not knowing this, practice concentration, after hearing from others register trademark symbol. They, too, being, thus, devoted to hearing, instruction, cross beyond death. Whatever thing movable or immovable comes into existence, know that to be from the connection of Kshetra and Kshetragvya, O chief of the descendants of Bharata. He sees, truly. One Sayura says that one is said to be means by Kapila and others For the notion that activity 1 is not a function of the soul, see inter alia, p. 55 supra. Enjoyment, however, is, according to this pas sage, the function of the soul, not of nature. See also Matifa Nishad, pp. 107, 108. 2 te. The senses says Srira, good equals gods, and c. Evil equals beasts, and c. Register trademark symbol sil. Concerning the operations of the body and senses. Compare Nrisim Hartapint, p. 224. He is advisor because, though he does not interfere, he sees and therefore may be said to sanction the operations alluded to. Supporter, i.e. of body and see in their workings. Te though he may have transgressed rules. 5. Concentration equals fixing of the mind exclusively on the soul, the senses being quiescent. See the self 1. Sent. The soul, in the self, i.e. within themselves, by the self i.e. by the mind. Sankhya. Yoga equals belief that qualities are distinct from the self, which is only a passive spectator of their operations. Compare Svetsvatara, p. 109. Karma Yoga equals dedication of actions to the Supreme. Compare as to this the gloss on Sankara's Bhashya on Vedanta Svitra 4, 2, 21. Register trademark symbol. Compare Suttanipata, p. 49. 106. Bhagwadgita. Who sees the Supreme Lord abiding alike in all entities, and not destroyed though they are destroyed. For he who sees the Lord abiding everywhere alike, does not destroy himself by himself, and then reaches the highest goal. He sees, truly, who sees all actions to be, in every way done by nature alone, and likewise the self, to be, not the doer. When a man sees all the variety of entities as existing in one register trademark symbol, and all as emanating from that, then he becomes one with the Brahman. This inexhaustible Supreme Self, being without being, nink and without qualities, does not act, and is not tainted, O son of Kunt. Though stationed in the body, as by reason of its subtlety the all-pervading space is not tainted, so the self stationed in every body is not tainted. As the sun singly lights up all this world, so the Kshetrugvya, O descendant of Bharata, lights up the whole Kshetra. Those who, with the eye of knowledge, thus understand the difference between Kshetra and Kshetrugvya, and the destruction of the nature of all entities *, go to the Supreme. Quopra 14. The deity said, again I will declare to you the highest knowledge, the best of all sorts of knowledge, having one not to have true knowledge, one is equivalent to self-destruction. Compare Sopanishad, pp. 9, 15, 16. 2 Te absorbed at the time of the deluge in nature, one of the energies of the Supreme, emanating i.e. at the time of creation. Nature, which is the material cause from which all entities are produced, the destruction of it results from true knowledge of the soul. SCE the third note on p. 107 infra. Chapter 14, 8. 107. Learned which, all sages have reached perfection beyond the bonds of this body. Those who resorting to this knowledge, reach assimilation with my essence, are not born at the creation, and are not afflicted at the destruction of the universe. The great Brahman is a womb for me, in which cast the seed. From that, O descendant of Bharata, is the birth of all things, of the bodies, O son of Kunti, which are born from all wombs. The main womb is the great Brahman, and I am the father, the giver of the seed. Goodness, passion, darkness. These qualities born from nature, O you of mighty arms, bind down the inexhaustible soul in the body. Of these, goodness, which, in consequence of being untainted, is enlightening and free from all misery, binds the soul, O sinless one, with the bond of pleasure and the bond of knowledge. Know that passion consists in being enamored, and is produced from craving and attachment. That, O son of Kunt, binds down the embodied self with the lo. Are not destroyed Madhusvadana, do not fall Sikara. Are not born Siddhara, and apparently Ramanyuga. 2 lo. The nature spoken of before. These constitute nature. We must understand nature, with Professor Bhandaka, as the hypothetical cause of the soul's feeling itself limited and conditioned. If nature is understood, as it usually is, to mean matter, its being made up of the qualities is inexplicable. Interpreted idealistically, as suggested by Professor Bhandaka, the destruction of 1T spoken of at the close of the last chapter also becomes intelligible. By means of knowledge of the soul, the unreality of these manifestations is understood and nature is destroyed. Pleasure and knowledge appertain to the mind, not the SCLF. Hence they are described as constituting bonds, when erroneously connected with the self, Sakara and Siddhara. They constitute bonds because the self, when brought into contact with them, strives to obtain them. Ramanuga 108 Bhagavad-Gita. Bond of action. Darkness, you must know to be born of ignorance, it deludes all embodied selves. And that, O descendant of Bharata, binds down the self, with heedlessness 1, indolence, and sleep. Goodness unites the self, with pleasure, passion. O descendant of Bharata, with action, and darkness, with heedlessness, after shrouding up knowledge. Passion and darkness being repressed, goodness stands, O descendant of Bharata. Passion and goodness, being repressed, darkness, and likewise darkness and goodness, being repressed, passion *. When in this body at all portals, light, that is to say, knowledge prevails, then should one know goodness to be developed. Avarice, activity 4, performance of actions, want of tranquility, desire, these are produced, O chief of the descendants of Bharata. When passion is developed, want of light, want of activity degree, heedlessness, and delusion, these are produced, O descendant of Kuru. When darkness is developed, when an embodied self, counters death, while goodness is developed, then he reaches the untainted worlds of those who know the highest registered trademark symbol. Encountering death during the prava. Carelessness about duty, owing to being intent on something else. Compare. Sutta pp. 51-91, Dhammapada, stanza 21. Ka/Hopanishad, p. 152. Register trademark symbol. The effects of each quality assert themselves, when the other two are held in check. 8. The senses of perception. Activity equals always doing something or another, performance. And C. Equals rearing large mansions, and C. Want of tranquility equals perpetual agitation of mind. This I will do now, then that, and next the other. Desire equals to obtain everything that one comes across. 5. Doing absolutely nothing. The highest manifestations of Brahman, viz. the Hirasia, Garbha, and C. Saisrira and Madhusvadana. Nilakantha also suggests that those who know the highest means gods. Chapter 14, 21. I09. Lens of passion. He is born among those attached to action. Likewise, dying during the prevalence of darkness, he is born in the wombs of the ignorant. The fruit of meritorious action is said to be good, untainted, while the fruit of passion is misery, and the fruit of darkness ignorance. From goodness is produced knowledge, from passion avarice, and from darkness heedlessness and delusion and ignorance also. Those who adhere to the ways of goodness go up, the passionate remain in the middle, while those of the qualities of darkness, adhering to the ways of the lowest quality, go down. When a right-seeing person sees none but the qualities to be the doers of all action, and knows what is above the qualities, for he enters into my essence, the embodied self, who transcends these three qualities, from which bodies are produced, degree, attains immortality, being freed from birth and death and old age and misery. Arjuna said, "What are the characteristics, O Lord, of one who has transcended these three qualities? What is his conduct, and how does he transcend these three qualities?" Degree. 1. Lower creation, such as birds, beasts, and sea. 2. Compare. Sutta p. 15. Te are born as gods, and C. Middle as men, and C. Down as brutes, and C. 4. Lo. What has been called kshetrajaya before, the supervising principle within one. 5. Bodies are developments of the qualities, say the common tatus, which is not incompatible with the explanation of qualities given above. As to transcending qualities, cf. 48 Supra. Cf. As to what follows, what is said in chapter Ji about 1. Whose mind is steady. 2. Bhagwadgita. The deity said, he is said to have transcended the qualities, O son of Pasdu, who is not averse to light and activity and delusion, when they prevail, and who does not desire them when they cease, who sitting like one unconcerned is never perturbed by the qualities *, who remains steady and moves * not thinking merely that the qualities exist, who is self-contained, to whom pain and pleasure are alike, to whom a sod and a stone and gold are alike, to whom what is agreeable and what is disagreeable are alike, who has discernment, to whom censure and praise of himself are alike, who is alike in honor and dishonor, who is alike towards the sides of friends and foes, and who abandons all action register trademark symbol. And he who worships me with an unswerving devotion transcends these qualities, and becomes fit for entrance into the essence of the Brahman. For I am the embodiment of the Brahman 7, of indifeasible immortality, of eternal piety, and of unbroken happiness. One te who does not feel troubled, for instance, thinking now I am actuated by a motive of passion or darkness, and so forth. 2. So as to lose all discrimination. Te from his determination to pursue truth, by worldly pleasures or pains. CFP 55 Supra. 5. Intent on the self only. Degree for the whole passage, compare p. 107 Supra. Nalakast Senthar interprets this to mean the ultimate object of the Vedas. I here means Krishna. Srira suggests this parallel. As light embodied 1s the sun, so 1s the Brahman embodied identical with Vasudeva. Chapter 15, 5. 2. Quarter 15. The deity said, they say the inexhaustible Asvatha has its roots above, its branches below, the Asandhas are its leaves. He who knows it knows the Vedas. Upwards and downwards extend its branches, which are enlarged by the qualities, and the sprouts of which are sensuous objects. And downwards too. This human world are continued its roots which lead on to action. Its form is not thus known here, nor its end, nor beginning, nor support. But having, with the firm weapon of unconcern, cut this asvat, whose roots are firmly fixed, then should one seek for that seat from which those that go there never return, thinking that one rests on that same primal being from whom the ancient course of worldly life emanated. Those who are free from pride and delusion, who have overcome the evils of attachment, who are constant in contemplating the relation of the supreme and individual self, from whom desire has departed, who are free from the pairs of opposites, called pleasure and pain, go undeluded to that imperishable seat. The compare Ki-Upanishad, p. 70, and Sutta p. 76. 2. Asvatha stands here for the course of worldly life. Its roots are above, viz. the Supreme Being, its boughs are Hirasagarbha, and others of the higher beings. The Vedas are its leaves, serving it as leaves preserve trees. Another interpretation is that they are the causes of the fruit which the tree bears. I see salvation. And see upwards and downwards, from the highest to the lowest of created things. Enlarge its qualities manifesting themselves as hodi, senses, and see. Objects of sense are sprouts as they are tacked to the senses, which are the tips of the branches above stated. The roots which extend downwards are the desires for various 112 Bhagavad-Gita. Sun does not light it, nor the moon, nor fire. That is my highest abode, going to which none returns. An eternal portion of me it is, which, becoming an individual soul in the mortal world, draws to itself the senses with the mind as the sixth register trademark symbol. Whenever the ruler of the bodily frame obtains or quits a body, he goes taking these with him, as the wind takes perfumes from their seats asterisk, and presiding over the senses of hearing and seeing, and touch, and taste, and smell, and the mind, he enjoys sensuous objects. Those who are deluded do not see him, remaining in or quitting a body, enjoying or joined to the qualitics, they sce, who have eyes of knowledge. Devotees making efforts perceive him, abiding within their selves. But those whose selves have not been refined, and who have no discernment, do not perceive him even after making efforts. Know that glory, to be mine which, dwelling in the sun, lights up the whole world, or in the moon or fire asterisk. Enjoyments. Its form not thus known he, 1.e to those who live and move in this wood, thus viz. As above described. The man who knows the tree thus is said to know the Vedas, because knowledge of it one's knowledge of the substance of the Vedas, which is, that the course of worldly life springs from the Supreme, is kept up by Vedic rites, and destroyed by knowledge of the Supreme. As to freedom from pride, compare Sutta p. 1 compare Kashopanishad, p. 142, Mundaka, p. 304, Nzvksimha Tapini, p. 106, Svetsvataya, p. 110. 2-5 senses and the mind issue from nature, in which they are absorbed during sleep or at a dissolution of the world. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 44. Asterisk cf. Kaushthalakya Upanishad, pp. 86, 87. Perceiving objects of sense, or feeling pleasure, pain, and see. Register trademark symbol sent selves equals bodies, Ramanuja and Sriya, understandings. Sankara. In the next sentence self means mind. Asterisk compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 142. This sentence continues what has been stated at the top of the page. The intervening Chapter 15, 18. 113. Entering the earth, I by my power support all things, and becoming the juicy moon, I nourish all herbs. I becoming the fire, and dwelling in the bodies of all creatures, and united with the upward and downward life breaths, cause digestion of the fourfold food. And I am placed in the heart of all, from me, come, memory, knowledge, and their removal, I alone am to be learnt from all the Vedas, I am the author of the Vedantas asterisk, and I alone know the Vedas. There are these two beings in the world, the destructible and the indestructible. 5. The destructible includes all things. The unconcerned one is what is called the indestructible. But the being supreme is yet another, called the highest self, who as the inexhaustible Lord, pervading the three worlds, supports them. And since I transcend the destructible, and since I am higher also than the indestructible, therefore, portion explains how souls do come back in some cases. Asa. General rule, all going ends in returning. But the soul is an exception in some cases, as the going to the Brahman is going asterisk to the fountainhead. Then the question arises, how does the severance come off at all? And that is what the lines up to this explain. One sent entering in the form of the goddess Earth, say Anandajayari, and Madhyasatidana. Support, i.e. by keeping the earth from falling or crumbling away. The moon is said to nourish herbs by communicating to them some of her juice. The moon, it may be noted, is called watery star by Shakespeare. As to her relation to the vegetable kingdom, see Matsyapurasa 23, stanza row seek. 2te what is drunk, what is licked, what is powdered with the text, and what is eaten without such powdering. Asterisk compare p. 104 supra. See Introduction, p. 17. Register trademark symbol CF Svetara, p. 294. Register trademark symbol. The two are the whole collection of things as they appear and their material cause. The Supreme Being is a third principle. 8. I. 2-4 Bhagwadgita. Am I celebrated in the world and in the Vedas as the best of beings? He who, undeluded, thus knows me the best of beings, worships me every way, O descendant of Bharata, knowing everything. Thus, O sinless one, have I proclaimed this most mysterious science. He who knows this, has done all he need do, and he becomes possessed of discernment. See Water 16. Freedom from fear, purity of heart, perseverance in pursuit of knowledge and abstraction of mind. Gifts, self-restraint, register trademark symbol, and sacrifice, study of the Vedas. Penance, straightforwardness, harmlessness, truth too. Freedom from anger, renunciation asterisk, tranquility, free. Dom from the habit of backbiting, scent, compassion for all beings, freedom from avarice, gentleness, modesty, absence of vain activity, noble-mindedness, forgiveness, courage, purity, freedom from a desire to injure others, absence of vanity. These, O descendant of Bharata, are his who is born to godlike endowments. Ostentatiousness, pride, vanity, anger, and also harshness and ignorance, are his, O son of Pritha, who is born to demoniac endowments. Godlike endowments are deemed to be means for. Asterisk compare p. 29 in fear. Here Sankara paraphrases it by thinking me to be the soul of everything. Cf. Sutta p. 49. Register trademark symbol. See next chapter. Asterisk Sutta pp. 15, raw. Asterisk ostentatiousness equals making a show of piety, pride equals seal of wealth and learning, vanity equals esteeming oneself too highly. Harshness equals mercilessness. Asterisk compare. Ahashindogya Upanishad, p. 585, and Miller's Hibbert Lek Plus. Tures, p. 322. Chapter 16, 12. T5. Final emancipation, demoniac for bondage. Grieve not, O descendant of Bharata. You are born to God. Like endowments. There are two classes of created beings in this world, the godlike and the demoniac. The godlike class has been described at length. Now hear from me, O son of Prztha, about the demoniac. Demoniac persons know not action or inaction, neither purity nor yet correct conduct, nor veracity are in them. They say the universe is devoid of truth asterisk, devoid of fixed principle for, and devoid of a ruler, produced by union, of male and female, caused by lust, and nothing else. Holding this view, these enemies of the world, of ruined degree, selves, of little knowledge, and of ferocious actions, are born for the destruction of the world. Entertaining insatiable desire, full of vanity, ostentatiousness, and frenzy, they adopt false notions through delusion, and engage in unholy observances, indulging in boundless thoughts ending with death register trademark symbol, given up to the enjoyment of objects of desire, being resolved that is all, bound down by nets of hopes in hundreds, given up to anger and desire, they wish still to birth and death in this world. To what should be done for the attainment of real good, and what should not be done as productive of mischief, see 2p.125. 5te contains nothing that is entitled to belief, as the Vedas, and c. No principle based on virtue and vice in the government of the world. They do not believe in any unseen cause, but say the lust of mankind is the cause of the universe. Register trademark symbol JE who have none of the means of reaching the next world. 7 Such as that by propitiating a certain divinity by a certain right, they may obtain treasure and so forth. Till their last moments, thinking of making new acquisitions, and preserving old ones. I2. 116 Bhagwadgita. To obtain heaps of wealth unfairly for enjoying objects of desire. This have I obtained today. This wish I will obtain, this wealth is mine, and this also shall be mine, this foe I have killed, others 2 I will destroy, I am Lord, I am the enjoyer, I am perfect, strong, happy, I have wealth, I am of noble birth, who else is like me? I will sacrifice, I will make gifts, I will rejoice. Thus deluded by ignorance, tossed about by numerous thoughts, surrounded by the net of delusion, and attached to the enjoyment of objects of desire, they fall down into impure hell. Honored only by themselves, void of humility, and full of the pride and frenzy of wealth, these calumniators of the virtuous perform sacrifices, which are sacrifices only in name, with ostentatiousness and against prescribed rules. In indulging their vanity, brute force, arrogance, lust, and anger, and hating me in their own bodies and in those of others. These enemies register trademark symbol, ferocious, meanest of men, and unholy, I continually hurl down to these worlds only into demoniac wombs. Coming into demoniac wombs, deluded in every birth, they go down to the vilest state, O son of Kunti, without ever coming to me. Threefold is this way to hell. 1 Blessed with children, and c. Srira takes it to mean, one who has done all he need do and Ramanuga sufficient in himself. 2 I.e. get higher renown for sacrifices than others. Degree that one s, because of indulgence in vanity, and c. Vanity equals believing oneself to have virtues which one has not, arrogance equals proud disdain of others. There is trouble to oneself in sacrifices and to the animals killed for them. 5 Te of God. The commentators render the original here by the paths of life and death, or path to hell. Chapter 17, 3. I-17. Ruinous to the self, lust, anger, and likewise avarice. Therefore one should abandon this triad. Released from these three ways to darkness, O son of Kunti. A man works out his own welfare, and then proceeds to the highest goal. He who, abandoning scripture, ordinances, acts under the impulse of desire, does not attain perfection * register trademark symbol, nor happiness, nor the highest goal. Therefore in discriminating between what should be done and what should not be done, your authority must be scripture. And knowing what is declared by the ordinances of scripture, you should perform action in this world. Quora 17. Arjuna said, what is the state of those, OKYR/6 who worship with faith, but, abandoning scripture or denances, goodness, passion, or darkness? The deity said, faith is of three kinds in embodied beings. It is produced from dispositions *. It is of the quality of goodness, of the quality of passion, and of the quality of darkness. Hear about it. The faith of all, O descendant of Bharata, is conformable to the 1. G. rendering the self unfit for any of the highest ends of man. 40, says Srira, it is laid down that the triad is not to be got rid of save by following scripture rules. *L. Fitness for the attainment of the summum bonum. As to acting from desire, SC also p. 65. *G. The result of the actions in a former birth, compare p. 56 supra. 118 Bhagwadgita. Heart. A being here is full of faith, and whatever is a man's faith, that is a man himself. Those of the quality of goodness worship the gods, those of the quality of passion the Yakshas and Rakshasis, and the others, the people of the quality of darkness, worship departed spirits, and the multitudes of Pitas. Know those to be of demoniac convictions, who practice fierce penance * not ordained by scripture, who are full of ostentatiousness and egoism, and of desire, attachment, and stubbornness, who are without discernment, and who torment the groups of organs in their bodies, and me also seated within those bodies. The food also, which is liked by all, and likewise the sacrifice, the penance, and gifts, are of three kinds. Listen to the distinctions regarding them as follows. The kinds of food which increase life, energy, strength, health, comfort, and relish, which are savory, oleaginous, full of nutrition, and agreeable, are liked by the good. The kinds of food which are bitter, acid, saltish, too hot, sharp, rough, and burning, and which cause pain, grief, and disease, are desired by the passionate. And the food register trademark symbol which is cold, tasteless, stinking, stale, impure, and even leavings, are liked by the dark. That sacrifice is good which, being prescribed in scripture, ordinances, is performed by persons. 1. The hearts of gods are said to be good, those of Yakshas and c. passionate, those of men mixed, and so forth. Faith is the dominant principle in man, and he is good, passionate, or dark, as his faith is. 8. Goldstucker, remains, 154. Troublesome to oneself and others, as standing on heated stones, and c. Egoism, ahankara, equals the feeling that one is worthy of honor, nflakamja. Asterisk compare Sutanipata, p10g, and Apastamba, p31, p62 in this series. Chapter 17, 18. 119. Not wishing for the fruit of it, and after determining in their mind that the sacrifice must needs be performed. But when a sacrifice is performed, O highest of the descendants of Bharata, with an expectation of fruit from it, and for the purpose of ostentation, know that sacrifice to be passionate. They call that sacrifice dark, which is against the ordinances of Scripture, in which no food is dealt out to Brahmavsas, and C, which is devoid of mantras 1, devoid of Dakshisa presents, and which is without faith, paying reverence to gods, Brahmasas, preceptors, and men of knowledge, purity 2%, straightforwardness, life as Brahmas are in, and harmlessness. This is called the penance bodily, the speech which causes no sorrow, which is true, agreeable, and beneficial, and the study register trademark symbol of the Vedas. This is called the penance vocal. Calmness of mind, mildness, taciturnity, self-restraint, and purity of heart. This is called the penance mental. This threefold penance, practiced with perfect faith, by men who do not wish for the fruit, and who are possessed of devotion, is called good. The penance which is done for respect, honor, and reverence register trademark symbol, and with ostenta. 1 Texts from the Vedas which ought to be recited on such occasions. Presents, Dakshitsa and, to Brahmasas are insisted on in Pthadharasika Upanishad, p. 662, Asvalanagdoyai, 23, 14. Asterisk cleanliness of body, straightforwardness equals not doing prohibited acts, harmlessness equals not injuring any living beings. These are bodily because the body is the main instrument in these actions. Asterisk lo. Recitation of the Vedas. Asterisk this is part of the mental penance because the government of the tongue is a consequence of mental restraint, the effect being, according to Sankara, put here for the cause. 5 Respect equals pkopal rising to receive onk, and c. Honor equals people saying this is a holy man, and c. Reverence equals people washing one's feet, and c. T20 Bhagwadgita. Consciousness, and which is uncertain and transient, is here called passionate. And that penance is described as dark, which is performed under a misguided conviction, with pain to oneself, or for the destruction of another. That gift is said to be good, which is given, because it ought to be given to one who can do no service in return, at a proper place and time, and to a proper person. But that gift which is given with much difficulty, for a return of services, or even with an expectation of fruit asterisk, is said to be passionate. And that gift is described as dark, which is given to unfit persons, at an unfit place and time, without respect, and with contempt. Tad, and Sat, this is said to be the threefold designation of the Brahman. By that, the Brahmavsas and the Vedas and sacrifices were created in olden times. Hence, the performance by those who study the Brahman, of sacrifices, gifts, and penances, prescribed by the ordinances of Scripture, always commence after saying OM and * those who desire final emancipation perform the various acts of sacrifice and penance, and the various acts of gift, without expectation of fruit, after saying TAD register trademark symbol. Sat is employed to express existence and goodness, and likewise, O son of Putta. The word Sat is used to express an auspicious act, constancy in the fruit of which is uncertain or perishable. Heaven and sea as a reward for liberality. Degree te the Brahman, according to Stira. Compare. Apastamba, p. 21, p. 49 in this series. Nalakan sent cites texts to show that this and the other two words are used to designate the Brahman. The texts are from the Taittiriya, Aitariya, and Khandogya Upanishads. 5 Nalakan /ha says, after Tad means considering the act and all are Brahman, and cites p. 61 Supra. Chapter 18, 3. I-21I. Making, sacrifices, penances, and gifts, is called Sat. And all action, too, of which that is the object, is also called Sat. Whatever oblation is offered, whatever is given, whatever penance is performed, and whatever is done, without faith too, that, O son of Pratha, is called Asat, and that is naught, both after death and here. Quarter 18. Arjuna said, O you of mighty arms! O high Vishikesa! O destroyer of Kazin! I wish to know the truth about renunciation and abandonment distinctly. The deity said, by renunciation the sages understand the rejection of actions done with desires. The wise call the abandonment of the fruit of all actions by the name abandonment. Some wise men say that action should be abandoned as being full of evil, and others that the actions of sacrifice, gift, and penance 1te, either the Brahman itself, or sacrifice, penance, and gift. 3 cf. Sutta Nipata, p. 69. 8 The meaning of this whole passage seems to be that these three words, which designate the Brahman, have distinct uses, as specified. Om says Nalakanha is employed whether the action is done with any special desire or not. Those who study the Brahman, their means study the Vedas. Tad is employed in case of actions without desires only. Sat is employed, according to Sankara, in case of existence, such as the birth of a first son, goodness, the reclamation of a bad man, auspicious acts, marriage, and c. The intelligent use of these terms as here specified is said to cure any defects in the actions, the various classes of which are mentioned before. 122 Bhagwadgita should not be abandoned. As to that abandonment, O best of the descendants of Bharata, listen to my decision, for abandonment, O bravest of men, is described to be threefold. The actions of sacrifice, gift, and penance should not be abandoned, they must needs be performed, for sacrifices, gifts, and penances are means of sanctification to the wise. But even these actions, O son of Putta, should be performed, abandoning attachment and fruit, such is my excellent and decided opinion. The renunciation of prescribed action is not proper. Its abandon, meant through delusion, is described as of the quality of darkness. When a man abandons action, merely as being troublesome, through fear of bodily affliction, he does not obtain the fruit of abandonment. By making such passionate abandonment, when prescribed action is performed, O Arjuna, abandoning attachment and fruit also, merely because it ought to be performed, that is deemed to be a good abandonment. He who is possessed of abandonment register trademark symbol, being full of goodness, and talented, and having his doubts destroyed, is not averse from unpleasant actions, is not attached to pleasant ones, since no embodied being can abandon actions without exception. Register trademark symbol, he is said to be possessed of abandonment, who abandons the fruit of action. The threefold fruit of action, agreeable, disagreeable, and mixed, accrues after death to those who are not possessed of abandonment, but never to. Plus without delusion no such abandonment will occur. 2. Namely, final emancipation, by means of purity of heart. Register trademark symbol T.E, who has the frame of mind necessary for a good abandonment. Asterisk such as bathing at midday in summer. 5. Compare p53 Supra. Chapter 18, 123. Renounces asterisk. Learn from me, O you of mighty arms, these 5 causes of the completion of all actions, declared in the Sankhya system asterisk. The substratum, the agent likewise, the various sorts of organs, and the various and distinct movements, and with these, the deities, too, as the 5th. Whatever action, just or otherwise, a man performs with his body, speech, and mind, these 5 are its causes. That being so, the undiscerning man, who being of an unrefined understanding, sees the agent in the immaculate self, sees not rightly. Register trademark symbol. He who has no feeling of egoism for, and whose mind is not tainted, even though he kills all these people, kills not, is not fettered. Register trademark symbol, by the action. Knowledge. Register trademark symbol, the object of knowledge, the knower, threefold is the prompting to action. The instrument, the action, the agent, thus in brief is action threefold. Knowledge and action and agent. 1. The original is Sanatsi, but Srira is probably mght in taking it to mean one who has command of abandonment. Sankara and Madhusvedana, however, take the word in its ordinary sense of ascetic. What follows explains, says Siddhara, why the fruit does not accrue to Renunkas. 2. Sikara and Madhusvedana say this means Vedanta Sistra. Srira suggests also the alternative Sankhyastra, substratum, equals the body, in which desire, aversion, and see are manifested, agent equals one who egoistically thinks himself the doer of actions, organs equals senses of perception, action, and see. Movements equals of the vital breaths in the body, deities equals the deities which preside over the eye and other senses. As to this compare Aitārya Upanishad, p. 45, Prasna, pp. 216. 217, Mundaka, p. 314, Aitaryararamyaka, pp. 88-270, and Max Miller's Hibbert Lectures, p. 204, note. Compare p. 106. Asterisk egoism equals the feeling that he is the doer of the action, taint equals the feeling that the fruit of the action must accrue to him. Register trademark symbol. Compare p. 45, and Dhammapada, stanza 294. Register trademark symbol. Knowledge, i.e. that something is a means to what is desired. Object is the means, the knower is he who has this knowledge. When these coexist we have action. The instrument equals senses, and c. 124 Bhagwadgita are declared in the enumeration of qualities to be of three classes only, according to the difference of qualities. Hear about these also as they really are. Know that knowledge to be good, by which a man sees one entity, inexhaustible, and not different in all things, apparently different from one another. Know that knowledge to be passionate, which is based on distinctions between different entities, which sees in all things various entities of different kinds, and that is described as dark, which clings to one created thing only as everything, which is devoid of reason, devoid of real principle, and in significant that action is called good, which is prescribed, which is devoid of attachment, which is not done from motives of affection or aversion, and which is done by one not wishing for the fruit, that is described as passionate, which, o.c. occasions much trouble, is performed by one who wishes for objects of desire, or one who is full of egotism. Register trademark symbol. The action is called dark, which is commenced through delusion, without regard to consequences, loss, injury, or strength. That agent is called good, who has cast off attachment, who is free from egotistic talk, who is possessed of courage and energy, and unaffected by success or ill success. That agent is called passionate, who is full of affection. 7. 1. The system of Kapila. 2. Compare p. 104. 8. Cf. Kashopanishad, p. 129. Reason equals argument in support, real principle equals truth, view of things as they are, insignificant, sent, incomprehensiveness, lo, pride of learning, and c. Sankara, egoism. Remanuga. Register trademark symbol. Consequences equals good or evil resulting, loss equals of wealth or strength, injury equals to others, strength equals one's own capacity. 7. Te. For children, and c. according to Siftara, for the action according to others. Chapter 18, 34. 125. Who wishes for the fruit of actions, who is covetous, cruel, and impure, and feels joy and sorrow. That agent is called dark, who is without application, void of discernment, headstrong, crafty, malicious, lazy, melancholy, and slow. Now hear, O Dhanafigaya, the threefold division of intelligence and courage, according to qualities, which I am about to declare exhaustively and distinctly. That intelligence, O son of Putta, is good, which understands action and inaction. What ought to be done, and what ought not to be done, danger and the absence of danger, emancipation and bondage. That intelligence, O son of Ptah, is passionate, by which one imperfectly understands piety and impiety, what ought to be done and also what ought not to be done. That intelligence, O son of Ptah, is dark, which shrouded by darkness, understands impiety, to be, piety, and all things incorrectly. That courage, O son of Ptah, is good courage, which is unswerving, and by which one controls the operations of the mind, breath, and senses, through abstraction. But, O Arjuna, that courage is passionate, by which one adheres to piety, lust, and wealth register trademark symbol, and through attachment register trademark symbol wishes. 1t.e. Attention to work, melancholy equals always desponding and wanting in energy. 2. The nature of the faculty of understanding, and courage is the firmness of that faculty. 8cp.org. Sankara takes these to mean the paths of action and knowledge, and Nflake or /ha takes the next expression to mean that which is constant and that which is not constant, natya, anatya. 4. Always coexisting with mental abstraction and supporting it. 5. The aims of mankind, the highest being final emancipation. In the view of the Gita, piety, leading only to heaven, is of doubtful benefit. Degree J. To the action for attaining them, in the belief that one is. 126 Bhagavad Gita. O son of Ptah, for the fruit that courage is dark, O son of Pritha, by which an undiscerning man does not give up sleep, fear, sorrow, despondency, and folly. Now, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, hear from me about the 3 sorts of happiness. That happiness is called good, in which one is pleased after repetition of enjoyment, and reaches the close of all misery, which is like poison, first and comparable to nectar in the long run, and which is produced from a clear knowledge of the self*. That happiness is called passionate, which flows from contact between the senses and their objects, and which is at first comparable to nectar, and in the long run like poison. That happiness is described as dark, which arises from sleep, laziness, heedlessness, which deludes the self, both at first and in its consequences. There is no entity either on earth or in heaven among the gods, which is free from these 3 qualities born of nature. The duties of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, and of Sidras, too, O terror of your foes, are distinguished according to the qualities born of nature. Tranquility, restraint of the senses, penance, purity, forgiveness, straightforwardness, also knowledge, experience, and belief in a future world. This is the natural duty of Brahmanas. Valor, glory, courage. The door of it, the futile of the action performed with an eye to the 3 things named. Not at once, as in the case of sensuous pleasures. Compare p. 51. The original has also been rendered by tranquility of one's own mind. 5 chp 59. Lo, resulting from control of the mind. Purity here is both external and internal. And cp 119. Chapter 18, 51. 127. Dexterity, not slinking away from battle, gifts, exercise of lordly power, this is the natural duty of Kshatriyas. Agriculture, tending cattle, trade, this is the natural duty of Vaishyas. And the natural duty of Shudras, too, consists in service. Every man intent on his own respective duties obtains perfection. Register trademark symbol. Listen now, how one intent on one's own duty obtains perfection. Worshipping, by the performance of his own duty, him from whom all things proceed, and by whom all this is permeated, a man obtains perfection. One's duty, though defective, is better than another's duty well performed. Performing the duty prescribed by nature, one does not incur sin. O son of Kunti, one should not abandon a natural duty, though tainted with evil, for all actions are enveloped by evil, as fire by smoke. Register trademark symbol. One who is self-restrained, whose understanding is unattached everywhere, from whom affections have departed, obtains the supreme perfection of freedom from action. Register trademark symbol by renunciation. Learn from me, only in brief, O son of Kunti, how one who has obtained perfection attains the Brahman, which is the highest culmination of knowledge. A man possessed of a pure understanding, controlling his self by courage, discarding sound and other objects of sense, casting off affection. 1t.e. In battle, Nalakas /ha seems to say. Sankara says it means ready resource whenever occasion arises. 2 i.e. power to restrain people from going astray. Nalakantha. 8 eligibility for the path of knowledge. CFP 56. 5 Compare p.1213. The evil appears to be the quality of fettering the soul. Sriara compares p65, v. 13, and distinguishes this from p64, v. 8. Seek. Sankara says the perfection here spoken of is emancipation, and it is obtained by true knowledge. 128 Bhagwadgita. And aversion, who frequents clean places, who eats little, whose speech, body and mind are restrained, who is always intent on meditation and mental abstraction, and has recourse to unconcern, who abandoning egoism, stubbornness, arrogance, desire, anger, and all belongings, has no thought that this or that is mine, and who is tranquil, becomes fit for a similar action with the Brahman. Thus reaching the Brahman and with a tranquil self, he grieves not, wishes not, but being alike to all beings, obtains the highest devotion to me. By that devotion he truly understands who I am and how great. And then understanding me truly, he forthwith enters into my essence, even performing all actions, always depending on me, he, through my favor, obtains the imperishable and eternal seat, dedicating in thought all actions to me, be constantly given up to me, placing your thoughts on me. Through recourse to mental abstraction, placing your thoughts on me, you will cross over all difficulties by my favor. But if you will not listen through egotism 5, you will be ruined. If entertaining egotism, you think that you may not fight, vain, indeed, is that resolution of yours. Nature will constrain you. That, O son of Kunti, which through delusion you do not wish to do, you will do involuntarily. One abstraction is concentrated and exclusive meditation, sankhara. The other commentators take Thaidna Yoga as meditation simply. As treated of in Chapter 6, says Nilakan/FA. Register trademark symbol SCEP 52. i.e., comprehending his identity with the Brahman. 4 CHP 55. 5 Pride of learning and cleverness, or of piety. CP 124, Note 5. Register trademark symbol the nature of a Kshatriya, Sankara. Chapter XV, 69. 129. Tied down by your own duty, flowing from your nature. The Lord, O Arjuna, is seated in the region of the heart of all beings, turning round all beings, as though mounted on a machine, by his delusion. With him, O descendant of Bharata, seek shelter in every way, by his favor you will obtain the highest tranquility, the eternal seat. Thus have I declared to you the knowledge in all mysterious than any mystery. Ponder over it thoroughly, and then act as you like. Once more, listen to my excellent words, most mysterious of all. Strongly I like you, therefore I will declare what is for your welfare. On me, place your mind, become my devotee, sacrifice to me, reverence me, you will certainly come to me. I declare to you truly, you are dear to me. Forsaking all duties come to me as your sole refuge. I will release you from all sins. Be not grieved. This you should never declare to one who performs no penance, who is not a devotee nor to one who does not wait on some preceptor, nor yet to one who calumniates me. He who, with the highest devotion to me, will proclaim this supreme mystery among my devotees, will come to me, freed from all doubts. No one. 1 Svettsvatara Upanishad, pp. 333-345, Kasopanishad, p. 157. 2 Compare p.r4, by thought, word, and deed. Of caste or order, such as Agni-Hoshya and so forth. For all that has been taught in the Gita. Register trademark symbol Sriya renders this to mean, who performs no pious acts. Register trademark symbol Te of God and a preceptor. Compare last stanza of Svettsvatara Upanishad. 7 Compare p. 62, Sankara says all these clements must coexist to give eligibility. 8 Te belief that in disseminating it, he is serving me. Compare Ka/ho. Upanishad, p. 120. 8, k. 130 Bhagwadgita. Amongst men is superior to him in doing what is dear to me. And there will never be another on earth dearer to me than he. And he who will study this holy dialogue of ours, will, such is my opinion, have offered to me the sacrifice of knowledge. And the man, also, who with faith and without carping will listen to this, will be freed from sin, and attain to the holy regions of those who perform pious acts. Have you listened to this, O son of Pritha? With a mind fixed on this one point only, has your delusion, caused by ignorance, been destroyed, O Danafigaya? Arjuna said, destroyed is my delusion, by your favor, O undegraded one. I, now, recollect register trademark symbol myself. I stand freed from doubts asterisk. I will do your bidding. Sanatsugatiya said. Thus did I hear this dialogue between Vasudeva and the high-minded son of Pr7Tha, a dialogue wonderful and causing the hair to stand on end. By the favor of Vy4 Sat, I heard this highest mystery. This, devotion registered trademark symbol, from Katshva himself, the Lord of the possessors of mystic power, who proclaimed it in person. O King! Remembering and, again, remembering this wonderful and holy dialogue of Kesava and Arjuna, I rejoice over and over again. And remembering and, again, remembering that asterisk which is the best of sacrifices, CP 62. CHP 72. 5 Te. Understand my teal essence, what I am, and d. Asterisk as to whether the battle was right or not. Register trademark symbol the work 1s so called, as it refers to devotion. Chapter 17, 78. 131. Excessively wonderful form of Hari also, great is my amazement, O King. And I rejoice over and over again. Wherever is Kvshva, the Lord of the possessors of mystic power, wherever is the great archer, the son of Pv7Tha, there in my opinion, are fortune, victory, prosperity, and eternal justice. Prosperity is the greater development of fortune. Sanatsugatiya. Introduction to Sanatsugatiya. The Sanatsugatiya is, like the Bhagwadgita, one of the amorous episodes of the Mahabharata. It is true that it has never commanded anything like that unbounded veneration which has always been paid in India to the Bhagwadgita. Still it is sometimes studied even in our days, and it has had the high distinction of being commented on by the great leader of the modern Vedantic school. Sankarastriya asterisk, the Sanatsugatiya purports to be a dialogue mainly between Sanatsugatiya on the one side and Dhritarashtra on the other. Sanatsugatiya, from whom it takes its name, is said to be identical with Sanatku Mara, a name not unfamiliar to students of our Upanishad literature, and Dhritarashtra is the old father of those Kauravas who formed one of the belligerent parties in the Bellum Plusquam Civile which is recorded in the Mahabharata. The connection of this particular episode with the main current of the narrative of that epos is one of the loosest possible character, much looser, for instance, than that of the Bhagavad-gita. As regards the latter, it can fairly be contended that it is in accordance with practical justice for Arjuna to feel despondent and unwilling to engage in battle, after actual sight of teachers, fathers, sons and all the rest of them, arrayed in opposition to him, and that therefore it was necessary for the Pact to adduce some specific explanation as to how Arjuna was ultimately enabled to get over such natural scruples. But as regards the Sanatsugatiya, even such a contention as this can have 1 Mahabharata, Udyoga Pavan, Adhyoga Qt 46. 7 Mayavadatya, in speaking of Sikara's works, disobeys him as having commented on the Sanatsugatiya, which is far from evil persons, lasat sut. Eel, Sneha Chapter 6, Plana. 62. 136 Sanatsugatiya. No place. For this is how the matter stands. In the course of the negotiations for an amicable arrangement between the Pasdevas and the Kauravas, Saphagaya, on one occasion, came back to Dhritarashtra with a message from the Pasdevas. When he saw Dhritarashtra, however, he said that he would deliver the message in the public assembly of the Kauravas the next morning, and went away. After pronouncing a severe censure on Dhritarashtra for his conduct. The suspense thus caused was a source of much vexation to the old man, and so he sent for Vidura, in order, as he expresses it, that Vidura might by his discourse assuage the fire that was raging within him. Vidura accordingly appears, and enters upon an elaborate prelection concerning matters spiritual, or, perhaps, more accurately, quasi-spiritual, and at the outset of the Sanatsugatiya he is supposed to have reached a stage where, as being born a Sidra, he hesitates to proceed. After some discussion of this point, between Vidura and Dhritarashtra, it is determined to call in the aid of Sanatsugatiya, to explain the spiritual topics which Vidura felt a delicacy in dealing with, and Sanatsugatiya is accordingly introduced on the scene in a way not unusual in our epic and Purdvik literature, viz. by Vidura engaging in some mystic process of meditation, in response to which Sanatsugatiya appears ill, is received then with all due formalities, and after he has had some rest, as our poem takes care to note, he is catechized by Dhritarashtra, and with one or two exceptions, all the verses which constitute the Sanatsugatiya are Sanat Shagata's answers to Dhritarashtra's questions. Percent. This brief statement of the scheme of this part of the Mahabharata shows, as already pointed out, that the connection of the Sanatsugatiya with the central story of that epic is very loose indeed, and that it might have been entirely omitted without occasioning any aesthetical or other defect, and therefore, although there is nothing positive, C3p supra asterisk after this dialogue is over, the dawn breaks, and Dhritarashtra and the Kaurava princes meet in general assembly. Introduction. 137. Tending to prove the Sanatsugatiya to be a later addition to the original epos, still the misgivings which are often entertained upon such points may well, in this case, be stronger than in the case of the Bhagwadgita. The text 2 of the Sanatsugatiya is not preserved in nearly so satisfactory a condition as that of the Gita. I have had before me, in settling my text, the editions of the Mahabharata, respectively printed and published at Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and 3 MSS. One of which was most kindly and readily placed at my disposal by my friend Professor Ramkvishvagopal Bhandakar, the second by another friend, Professor Abhgivishyakthavas, and the third was a copy made for me at Sagar in the central provinces, through the good offices of a third friend, Mr. Vaman Maha Deva Kolasentkar. The copy lent me by Professor Border Carr comes from Puva, and that lent by Professor Kathavi. Also from Pua. This last, as well as the Sagar copy, and the edition printed at Madras, contains the commentary of Sankaracharya. And the text I have adopted is that which is indicated by the commentary as the text which its author had before him. But the several copies of the commentary differ so much from one another, that it is still a matter of some doubt with me, whether I have got accurately the text which Sankara commented upon. For instance, the Sagar copy entirely omits chapter V, while the other copies not only give the text of that chapter, but also a commentary upon it which calls itself Sankar and #Tria's commentary register trademark symbol. Again, take the stanzas which stand within brackets at pp. 167, 168% of our translation. There is in none of the copies we have any commentary of Sankara Karya on them. And yet the stanzas exist in the text of the Mahabharata as given in those copies which do contain Sankara's commentary. The matter is evidently one for further investigation. I have not, however, thought it up so. This contains Nalakastha's commentary, but his text avowedly includes the text of Sakata, and verses and readings contained in more modem copies. For the commentary on the 6th chapter, however, takes up the thread from the end of the 4th chapter. 4 CP 182, where one of the lines recurs. 138 Sanatsugatiya. Absolutely necessary to make such an investigation. For the purposes of the present translation, but to be on the safe side, I have retained in the translation everything which is to be found in those copies of the Sanatsugatiya which also contains Sankara's commentary. As to other stanzas, and there are some of this description, which other MSS or commentators vouch for, cut of which no trace is to be found in the MSS containing Safikra's commentary. I have simply omitted them. These facts show that, in the case of the Sanatsugatiya, the materials for a trustworthy historical account of the work are not of a very satisfactory character. The materials for ascertaining its date and position in Sanskrit literature are, indeed, so scanty, that poor as we have seen the materials for the Bhagwadgita to be, they must be called superlatively rich as compared with those we have now to deal with. As regards external evidence on the points now alluded to, the first and almost the last fact falling under that head, is the fact of the work being quoted from and commented upon by Sankaracharya. In his commentary on the Svetasvatara Upanishad, Sankara cites the passage about the flamingo at p. 189, introducing it with the words, and in the Sanatsugatiya also. In the same commentary some other passages from the Sanatsugatiya are also quoted, but without naming the work except as a smrti, and mixing up together verses from different parts of the work. This is really all the external evidence that I am aware of touching the date of the Sanatsugatiya. There is, however, one other point, which it is desirable to notice, though not, perhaps, so much because it is of any very great value in itself, as because it may hereafter become useful, should Further research into the Madhbharata and other works yield the requisite information. There are, then, cite stanzas in the 36th, 37th, 39th, and 40th chapters of the Udyoga Parvan of the Mahabharata, the Sanatsugatiya commencing at the 41st. 1c Note 1, p. 137. A. Act 3. 12353. C. 2. Safraka Bhashaya, p. 828. Introduction. 139. Chapter 7 of which are quoted in the Pathisatantra 1, and the 8th in the Mahabhashaya of Pathafigali. Of course, it almost goes without saying that neither the Pathisatantra nor the Mahabhashaya mentions the source from which they derive the verses in question. But I do not think it able to make the provisional assumption that they were derived from the Mahabharata, so long as we cannot produce any other, and more likely, source. It is true that Professor Weber has, in another connection, impugned the cogency of this argument. He seems to think that the probability, in the case he was actually dealing with, of the Ramayasa having borrowed from the Madhbharata, is quite as strong as the probability of the Mahabhashaya having borrowed from the Ramayasa**. And doubtless, he would by parity of reason contend, in the case before us, that the probabilities, as between the Mahabharata on the one hand, and the Madhbharata and the Pathisatantra on the other, bear the same mutual relation. I cannot accept this view. I am not now concerned to discuss the merits of the conclusion in support of which Professor Weber has advanced this argument. I am only considering how far it affects the question now before us. And as to that question, I may say that the Pathisatantra expressly introduces the stanzas now under consideration with some such expression as, for it has been said, indicating clearly that it was there quoting the words of another. And so, too, does the Madhbharata, where the passage we refer to runs as follows: it is laid down that there is a sin in onk of tender age not rising to 1 cf. Kosagatan's Parkatantra, p. 28, j. 28, Bombay SCED, with Udyoga Parvan, chap. XL, ST7, Bombay ed. Pathisatantra, pp. 112 and 209, 2, 10. 4, 5, Bombay ed. with Udyoga Parvan, chap. XXVT, 9, 38 p. I, 37. Bombay ed. with chap. XXV, ST34, p. 140, 2, 40, Bombay ed. with chap. XXAE, ST153 p. 160, ILI, 62, Bombay ed. with chap. XXV. ST1718, p. 106, IL, 2, Bombay ed. with chap. XXV. Ot. 59. Udyoga Parvan, chap. XXVIII, ST1, and Mahabhashaya 6, 1-4, 35 p. Banaras ed. Asterisk C. Indian Antiquary 4, 247. The parallel from Madhava which Professor Weber adduces 15 quite conclusive, and as far as it goes apace to me to militate against the Professor's own view. I may, however, admit at once, that I ought not to have expressed myself as strongly as I did in the note which Professor Weber criticizes. 140 Sanatsugatiya. Receive, an elderly person, and, that there is, merit in rising. To receive. How? Thus, the life winds of a youth depart upwards, when an elderly man approaches him. By rising. To receive him, and salutation, he obtains them again. It appears to me, that the indications of this being a quotation in the Bhashya are very strong. But apart from that, I do demur to the proposition, that the probabilities are equal, of a work like the Mahabharata or Ramayana borrowing a verse from the Mahabhashya, and vice versa. It appears to me perfectly plain, I own, that the probability of a grammatical work like the Bhashya borrowing a verse from a standard work like the Bharata or Ramayana for purposes of illustration is very much the stronger of the two. And this, quite independently of any inquiry as to whether the Bhashya does or does not show other indications of acquaintance with the Bharata or the Ramayana. If these arguments are correct, it seems to me that they carry us thus far in our present investigation, namely, that we may now say, that we have reason to believe some parts, at all events, of the 36th, 37th, 38th, and 40th chapters of the Udyoga Parvan of the Mahabharata to have probably been in existence prior to the 6th century c, and that some parts of the 37th chapter were probably extant in the time of Pataphigali, viz. the 2nd century c. 2 now, internal evidence does not yield any indications tending to show that the several chapters here referred to must have been prior in time to the chapters composing the Sanatsugatiya, which come sv. soon after them in the Mahabharata. On the contrary, it is not too much to maintain, that to a certain extent the style and language of the Sanatsugatiya is, if anything, rather indicative of its priority in time over the 5 chapters immediately preceding it. And, therefore, so far as this argument goes, it knables us, provisionally. Only, it must be remembered, to fix the 2nd century 8.g. as a terminus ad cum for the date of the Sanatsugatiya. This is all the external evidence available for a discussion. *CP 29 Supra, #CP 34 Supra. Introduction. T4I. Of the question, when the Sanatsugatiya was composed. We now turn to the internal evidence. Standing by itself. Internal evidence is not, in my opinion, of much cogency. In any case, still in ascertaining, as best we can, the history of our ancient literature, even this species of evidence is not to be despised, it must only be used and received with caution. Under this head, then, we may note first the persons who are supposed to take part in the dialogue. Sanatsugatiya, or Sanatkumara, as already pointed out, is a name already familiar to the readers of one of our older Upanishads, the K/Andogya. Dhritarshtra is not known in the Upanishads, but he is an important personage in the epic literature. And it is to be remarked, that his character, as disclosed in the Sanatsugatiya, is not at all similar to that which has attached itself to his name, alike in the later literature of our country, and in that popular opinion which was probably formed by this later literature. In the dialogue before us, he figures as an earnest inquirer after truth. He is described as the talented King Dvaitarthcentra, and is addressed by Sanatsugatiya as, "O acute sir, O icond person." True it is, that Nalak has sent percenter in one place, as we have noticed in our note there, endeavors to bring out the later view of ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// that endeavor, based as it is on a forced and far-fetched interpretation of a single word in our poem, is an unsuccessful one. None of the questions, which Dvaita Rashara puts to Sanatsugatiya in the course of their dialogue, indicates the avaricious old man who wished to deprive his innocent nephews of their just rights in the interests of his own wicked and misguided sons. They rather indicate the bona fide student of spiritual law, and thus point to what is, perhaps, an Kaliya view of Dhritarashtra's character. If we look next to the general style of this poem, we find that it has none of that elaboration which marks what I 1 see Malsthaya Sura, Preface, pp. 14, 15. p. 151, Note 2. 8 Nalakas /za himself, however, treats Dhritarashtra's question later on as showing that he had attained indifference to worldly concerns. That question does not occur in Satikra's text, but is given at p.158 infra 142 Sanatsugatiya. Have called the age of Kavyas and Nasakas. The remarks on this topic in the introduction to the Gita reply pretty accurately to this work also. We observe here the same paucity of long-drawn compounds, the same absence of merely ornamental adjectives, the same absence of figures and tropes, in one word, the same directness and simplicity of style. Furthermore, there is a somewhat greater want of finish about the syntax of our poem than there is even in the Gita. Such constructions as we find inter alia at Chapter 2, Stanza 2, or 25, or at Chapter 3, Stanza 14, or Chapter 4, Stanza 12, or in the early verses of the last chapter, indicate a period in the history of the language when probably the regulations of syntax were not quite thoroughly established in practice. If we turn to the meter of the poem, an analogous phenomenon strikes us there. Similar irregularities in the collocation of long and short syllables, similar superfluities and deficiencies of syllables, meet us in the Sanatsugatiya and the Bhagavad-Gita. And in the former work, as in the latter, the irregularities are less observable in the Anish centub than in the other meters used. Probably the explanation, apart from the great elasticity of that meter, is that the Anish had been more used, and had in consequence become comparatively more settled in its scheme. Even in practical composition. Looking now more particularly to the language of the work before us, we find one word to be of most frequent occurrence, namely, the word vi, which we have rendered verily. It is not a common word in the later literature, while in the Upanishad literature we meet with great frequency, not merely vi, but the words which I think are cognate with it, va and veva. The former word, indeed, appears to me to stand in some passages of the Upanishads for vi by euphonic alterations. Thus, in the passage vam #tilde, The 5 similes which occur, and which are nearly all that occur, in the poem, are the very primitive ones, of the hunter, of water on grass the tiger, of straw, death eating men like a tiger, dogs eating what is vomited, a branch of a tree and the moon, and bears and their nests. Compare as to this than Ricem Hartapini, p. 108. Introduction. 143. Ver Arham Asmi Bhagavo Devit, Arham Vivamasi, it is difficult not to suppose that the ver of the first part of the sentence is the same word as the vi of the second part, only altered according to the rules of Sandhi in Sanskrit. A second point of similarity between the language of the Upanishads and that of the Sanatsugatiya is to be found in the phrase, "He who knows this becomes immortal." This sentence, or one of like signification, is, as is well known, of common occurrence in the Upanishads and in the Brahmanas. In the Bhagavad-Gita, the verses towards the end, which come after Kasha's summing up of his instruction, seem to be of a somewhat analogous, though in some respects different, nature. And in the Purdzas we meet sometimes with elaborate passages extolling the merits of a particular rite, or a particular pilgrimage, and so forth. This form of the Phalasruti, as it is called, appears to have been developed in process of time from the minute germ existing in the Brahmasas and the Upanishads. In the Sanatsugatiya, however, we are almost at the beginning of those developments. Indeed, the form before us is identically the same as that which we see in the works where it is first met with. It is a short sentence, which, though complete in itself, still appears merely at the end of another passage, and almost as a part of such other passage. There is one other point of a kindred nature which it may be well to notice here. As in the Gita, so in the Sanatsugatiya, we meet with a considerable number of words used in senses not familiar in the later literature. They are collected in the index of Sanskrit words in this volume. But a few remarks on some of them will not, it is thought, be entirely out of place here. The word migat, in the sense of worldly life, is rather remarkable. Sankara renders it by the path of samsara or worldly life. And he quotes as a parallel the passage from the Aindogya Upanishad which speaks of returning to the path. There, however, Sankara explains it to mean the path by which one t give no references here, as they can be found in the index of Sanskrit words at the end of this volume. 144 Sanatsugatiya. The self returns to worldly life, namely, from space to the wind and so forth into vegetables and food, ultimately appearing as a fetus. Another remarkable word is vaga, which occurs twice in the Sanatsugatiya. Sankara and Nalakavtha differ in their explanations of it, and Nalakasa indeed gives two different meanings to the word in the two passages where it occurs. We may also refer here specially to Asa, Retvai, and Matva in Bohutlink and Roth's lexicon. The only passages cited under Asa are from Vedic works, except two respectively from Susruta and the Dasakumara Karita. One passage, however, there cited, viz. Vishvokpade Param Madhva Asa / is plainly the original of the passage we are now considering. As to Retvai in the sense it bears, here, we see, I think, what was the earlier signification of that word before it settled down into the somewhat technical meaning in which it is now familiar, and Mattva in the sense of meditating upon is to be found in the Upanishads. But not, I think, in any work of the classical literature. These words, therefore, seem to indicate that the Sanatsugatiya was composed at a stage in the development of the Sanskrit language which is a good deal earlier than the stage which we see completely reached in the classical literature. Coming now to the matter of the Sanatsugatiya, it appears to me that we there see indications pointing in a general way to the same conclusion as that which we have here arrived at. There is, in the first place, a looseness and want of rigid system in the mode of handling the subject, similar to that which we have already observed upon as characterizing the Bhagavad-Gita. There is no obvious bond of connection joining together the various subjects discussed, nor are those subjects themselves treated after any very scientific or rigorous method. Again, if the fourth chapter is a genuine part of the Sanatsugatiya, we have an elaborate repetition in one part of what has been said in another part of the work, with only a few variations in words, and perhaps fewer still in signification. As, however, I am not at present prepared to stand finally by the genuineness of that chapter, I do not consider it desirable to further labor this argument. Introduction. T45. Than to point out that similar repetitions, on a smaller scale, perhaps, are not uncommon in our older literature. 1. Coming now to the manner in which the Vedas are spoken of in the work before us, there are, we find, 1 or 2 noteworthy circumstances proper to be considered. Here, in the first place, we have the reference to the 4 Vedas together with Ekhayanas as the 5th Veda. This is in conformity with the old tradition recorded in the various works to which we have referred in our note on the passage. The mention of the Atharva Veda, which is implied in this passage, and expressly contained in another, might be regarded as some mark of a modern age, but without dwelling upon the fact that the Atharva Veda, though probably modern as compared with the other Vedas, is still old enough to date some centuries before the Christian era. 4. It must suffice to draw attention here to the fact that the Chandogya Upanishad mentions that Veda, and it is not here argued that the Sanatsugatiya is older than the A/N Dogya Upanishad. We have next to consider the reference to the Soman hymns as Vimala, or pure. The point involved in this reference has been already sufficiently discussed in the introduction to the Gita DS, and it is more necessary here to say more than that. Of the 2 classes of works we have there made, the Sanatsugatiya appears from the passage under discussion to rank itself with the class which is prior in date. The estimate of the value of the Vedas which is implied in the Sanatsugatiya appears to coincide very nearly with that which we have shown to be the estimate implied in the Bhagavad-Gita. The Vedas are not here cast aside as useless, any more than they are in the Bhagavad-Gita. For, I do not think the word ankas which occurs in one passage of the work can be regarded really as referring to those who entirely reject the Vedic revelation. But without going as far as that, the Sanatsugatiya seems certainly to join the Bhagavad-Gita in its protest against those men of extreme views, who could see nothing beyond the rites and ceremonies. PC Por 8s, Notes Inter, 4b or Supra. DIYTYYAO. SL 146 Sanatsugatiya. Taught in the Vedas. A study of the Vedas is, indeed, insisted on in sundry passages of the Sanatsugatiya. But it is equally maintained that the performance of the ceremonies laid down in the Vedas is not the true means of final emancipation. It is maintained that action done with any desire is a cause of bondage to worldly life, that the gods themselves are ordinary creatures who have reached a certain high position owing to the practice of the duties of Brahmarins, but that they are not only not superior to, but are really under the control of, the man who has acquired the true knowledge of the universal self. On all these points, we have opinions expressed in the Sanatsugatiya, which conclusively establish an identity of doctrine, as between the Upanishads and the Bhagavad-Gita on the one hand, and the Sanatsugatiya on the other. Lastly, we have an explicit statement that the mere study of Vedic texts avails nothing, and that sin is not to be got rid of by one who merely studies the Azh and the Yagas texts, and the Samaveda. It is not necessary to repeat here the chronological deductions which may be based upon this relation between the Sanatsugatiya and the Vedas. We have already argued in the introduction to the Bhagavad-Gita that such a relation points to a period of Indian religious history prior to the great movement of Gautama Buddha. There is, however, this difference, perhaps, to be noted between the Gita and the Sanatsugatiya, namely, that the latter work seems to afford more certain indications of the recognition, at the date of its composition, of Agflinakanda, as distinguished from a Karmakada in the Vedas, than we have seen, are contained in the Bhagavad-Gita *. The passage, for instance, which speaks of the *Andas as referring of themselves to the Brahman, and the passage which refers to an understanding of the Brahman by means of the Vedas, according to the principle of the moon and the branch, these seem rather to point to a portion of the Vedas which was regarded as giving instruction in true 1 chp. 6 pounds Supra, 4 clpy. Ag. 26, in. Introduction. 147. Knowledge, as distinguished from merely laying down various sacrifices and ceremonials for special purposes. In fact, in one passage we have the germ of the whole Vedantic theory as afterwards settled. For there we are told that sacrifices and penances are laid down as the preliminary steps towards the acquisition of true knowledge. By those sacrifices one is purified of one's sins, and then acquires a knowledge of the Supreme Self as described in the Vedas, which, I apprehend, must mean the Upanishads. There is but one other point on which we need say anything further, and that is connected with the definition of a Brahmava. That definition appears to me to point to an earlier stage in religious progress than is indicated in Apastamba and Manu. The true Brahmava is he who is attached to the Brahman. Perhaps this marks some little advance beyond the more general doctrine of the Gita, but it is still very far short of the petrified doctrine, if I may so call it, of the later lawgivers. The Brahmasa has not yet degenerated into the mere receiver of fees and presents, but is still in possession of the truth. We thus see that the external and internal evidence bearing upon the question of the position of the Sanatsugatiya in Sanskrit literature seems to point to nearly the same period and place for it as for the Bhagavad-Gita. It is plain enough that the evidence under both heads is extremely scanty and meager. But such as it is, it appears to us to justify a provisional conclusion that the Sanatsugatiya dates from a period prior to the rise of Buddhism, and forms part of that same movement in the religious history of ancient India of which the Gita and is another embodiment. More than this, we are not at present in a position to assert. To this extent, the evidence enables us, I think, to go. And we accordingly hold that unless other and further evidence requires a reversal of this judgment, the Sanatsugatiya may be treated as a work nearly contemporary with the Bhagavad-Gita, and occupying generally the same point of view. One word, finally, about the translation. As stated already, the text adopted is that which appears to have L2 148 Sanatsugatiya been before Sankaracharya, and the translation follows mainly his interpretations in his commentary. Sometimes we have followed Nalakar whose commentary has been consulted, as well as a very incorrect copy of another commentary by one Savaji Hanarayava, contained in the MS. from Puva lent me by Professor Bhagwadgita. In some places even the commentators have failed to clear up obscure titles, and there we have given the best translation we could suggest, indicating the difficulties. There has been an endeavor made here, as in the case of the Bhagavad-Gita, to keep the translation as close and faithful to the text as the exigencies of the English language permitted. The exegetical notes are mostly taken from the commentaries, even where the name of the commentator is not specified, while the references to parallel passages have been collected, mostly by myself, in the same way as in the case of the Bhagavad-Gita. Sanatsugatiya. Quopt I. Dertarish Sentra said, if, O Vidura, there is anything not yet said by you in your discourse, then do impart it to me, who wish to hear, for you have spoken marvelous things. Vidura said, O Dvaitarash Sentra, the ancient youth Sanatsugatiya, otherwise called Sanfortuna, who declared that death exists not, he, O descendant of Bharata, the best of all talented men, will explain all the doubts of your mind, both those which are secret, and those openly declared. Dhritarashtra said, what, do you not yourself know more about this subject, that Santana should explain it to me? Explain it yourself, O Vidura. If there is any remnant of intelligence left in you. 1 Sonalakar Ka. Sanka says Sanatsugatiya is Sanat Kumira, and the component parts of the name he paraphrases by born from Brahman. For Sanatana, see Brihad Phranyaka, p. 506, and Note 1, p. 14% Supra. Asterisk lo. Relating to subjects which may be freely discussed by all, and those which may not. Nalakar adopts a different reading, which he interprets to mean doctrines exoteric and esoteric. For example, self-restraint, and c, and the acquisition of mystic power, and c, respectively. The expression doubts of mind occurs, however, further on. 150 Sanatsugatiya. Vidura said, I am born of Asdra womb, and do not like to say more than what I have said. But the intelligence of that youth, I believe to be eternal. He who has come of a Brahma's womb, even though he may proclaim a great mystery, does not thereby become liable to the censure of the gods. Therefore do I say this to you. Dhritarashtra said, do you, O Vidura, speak to the ancient sun for me, so that there may be a meeting even here, between myself in this body, and him. Vaisampayana said. Then, Vidura meditated on that sage whose vows are laudable *. And he, too, O descendant of Bharata, knowing of such meditation, made his appearance. And he, too, received him with the ceremonies prescribed in the ordinances. After he had been comfortably seated, and had taken rest, Vidura then spoke to him, Venerable Sir, there is some doubt in Dhritarashtra's mind, which cannot 1 i.e. I suppose, never failing, and such as can deal with all sorts of topics. Sanat Kumara, it need scarcely be stated, is the teacher of Narada in the famous dialogue in the Khandogyopa. Mshad, p. 473. Vaisampayana is the narrator of the grand story of which pieces like the present form parts. 8. The reading is sometimes different, so as to mean of rigid vows as at Jita, p. 61 supra. The pronouns here are too numerous. Does he here refer to Dhritarashtra? Vidura seems more likely, though the express mention of him in the next sentence might be treated as pointing the other way. Chapter T. 2. 151. Be explained by me. Do you be pleased to explain it to him? Hearing it explained, this Lord of men may cross beyond all misery, so that gain and loss, what is agreeable and what is odious, old age, death, fear and vindictiveness, hunger and thirst, frenzy and worldly greatness, disgust and also laziness, desire and wrath, ruin and prosperity, may not trouble him. Quarter iti. Vaisampayana said. Then the talented king, Dhv7 Tarashara, howed to those words uttered by Vidura, and, in a secluded place interrogated Sanatsugatiya regarding the highest knowledge, wishing to become a high-souled man. Dhritarashtra *Ra said, O Sanatsugate, which of the two is correct, your teaching, about which I have heard, that death exists not, or that the gods and demons practiced 1 comp. Giti passim, disgust, sil. That resulting from a general dissatisfaction with everything, as to ruin and prosperity nilla. Kantha adds, and their causes, sin and merit. 2 literally respected. Nifalakan /AA says it means rejoiced over. Dhritarashtra /Ra thought, that in spite of his treachery he was safe, as death was taught by Sanatsugatiya to have no existence, i.e., free from the presence of ignorant and vulgar people. Compare Jita, p. 68 supra. *Lo. Knowledge concerning the Supreme Self. Sankara's construction seems different, but is not quite clear. If says, our wishing to become, Brahman tilde the meaning is wishing to acquire the self lost through ignorance. Register trademark symbol G, imparted to your pupils, Sankara adds, heard Sil. From Vidura. 7. The construction is imperfect, but the sense is clear, T.S. Yon. T52 Sanatsugatiya. The life of Brahma Z4 Rins, for freedom from death. Sanatsugatiya said. Some say that freedom from death results from action too, and others that death exists not. Hear me explain this, O king. Have no misgiving about it. Register trademark symbol. Both truths, O Kshatriya, have been current from the beginning, for the wise maintain what is called delusion to be death. I register trademark symbol verily call heedlessness death, and likewise I call freedom from heedlessness immortality. Through heedlessness, verily, were the demons vanquished, and through freedom, view correct, or the view involved in the practice of gods and demons. 1 Sijala, p. 69 Supra, Kaskopanishad, p. 102, Prasna, p. 162. As to the gods being afraid of death, see Kandogya, p. 50, and Msimhatapint, p. 32, and as to gods and demons practicing the life of Brahma Fayans, see Kandogya, p. 571, and compare. BR7 had Dranyaka, p. 964. 2 i.e. action prescribed in the Vedas. 5t.e. as to how I shall be able to reconcile the seeming contradiction between the two truths. Te of creation. Sanatsugatiya says he differs from the wise, delusion equals thinking. The not SCLF to be the self, heedlessness equals falling off from one's natural condition as the bioman, which one is the cause of delusion. Sankhya. CP.153 Kava, P.152, and Taturtya Upanishad. 80p. Degree Sankara suggests that demons might mean creatures attached to worldly objects, and gods those who are pleased in their own self, and he cites a stanza in support of this suggestion. The allusion, however, seems to be plainly to the story at Kandogya. pp. 571 seek, where the idea and expression of being vanquished also occurs, p. 583. That word Sankara interprets in connection with his suggested interpretation to mean are born in lower species Scea Andogya, p. 585, and mated, p. 211, about asuras or demons. It is interesting to note that in the introduction to the Madhbhashya, the is an allusion to a story of the demons being vanquished in consequence of their grammatical blunders. Chapter 2, 9. 153. From heedlessness the gods attained to the Brahman. Death, verily, does not devour living Kriya. Tures like a tiger, for, indeed, his form is not to be perceived. Some say that death is different from this, named, Yama, who dwells in the self, the practice of the life of Brahma Z4 Rins, being immortality. That God governs his kingdom in the world of the Paitats, being good to the good, and not good to those who are not good. That death, or heedlessness, develops in men as desire, and afterwards as wrath, and in the shape of delusion register trademark symbol, and then traveling in devious paths through egoism. 1. Does not attain to union register trademark symbol with the self. Those who are deluded by it register trademark symbol, and who remain under its influence, depart from this world, and there again fall down. Then the deities gather around them, and then he undergoes death after death degree. Being attached to the fruit of action, on action presenting itself, they follow after it, degree, and do not cross. 1. Those deluded by worldly objects, this means heedlessness. 2. Sankara cites a stanza from Manu, which says that King Yama Vavasvata dwells in the heart of every one. Compare Aitārya Upanishad, p. 187. The following clause he understands to contain 2 epithets of Yama, meaning immortal, and intent on the Brahman. I follow Nalakor /a, but not very confidently. Cf. Gitti, p. 57. Here we have the developments, the varying forms, of death or heedlessness. 4. I.e. paths contrary to Srutis and Smrtis. 5. Concentration of mind on the self o, Brahman. Degree te. The egoism spoken of before. 7. Te to this mental world. Compare GTT 4, p. 84, and Paidarasika. pp. 885, 856. Their equals from the next world. Sankara says, having lived there, tear the senses. Cf. Git and p. 123, and Inter Aliaf Sopanishad. p. 2. Register trademark symbol Ch. Karsha, p.129, and Brihad Franyaka, p. 889. Copyright symbol Thai. The fruit. Ch. Karsha, p. 155, and Mwaideka, p. 317. 154 Sanatsugatiya. Beyond death. And the embodied self, in consequence of not understanding union with the real entity, proceeds on all hands with attachment to enjoyments. That, verily, is the great source of delusion to the senses, for by contact with unreal entities, his migrations register trademark symbol are rendered inevitable. Because having his inner self contaminated by contact with unreal entities, he devotes himself to objects of sense on all sides, pondering on them only. That pondering, verily, first ruins him, and soon afterwards desire and wrath, after attacking him. These lead children to death. But sensible men cross beyond death by their good sense. He who pondering on the self destroys the fugitive objects of sense, not even thinking of them through contempt for them, and who, being possessed of knowledge, destroys desires in this way, becomes, as it were, the death of death itself, and swallows it up. The being who 1. Its identity with the bioman, i.e. in various forms of HFE, Nalakasvha. Register trademark symbol the going about in search of enjoyments. The contact leads to pondering on them, and that to desire, and see. As described further on. 5. Through various lives, birth and death are certain for him. Degree, i.e. causes oblivion of his real nature, Sankara. Compare the whole train of cause and effect at Jita, p50 supra. Trademark symbol i.e. the pondering, disi, wrath, and c. As to send children. F. Kasha, pp. 96 and 123, where Bala is contrasted with Dira, as here. The good senses of help in withstanding the temptations of worldly objects. Asterisk destroys equals abandons, pondering, just before this, is rendered by Sankara to mean thinking of the objects as tunes ent. Impure and e. Register trademark symbol Sankara cites on this a stanza of unknown authorship, which says, the learned and clever man who knows the self, and by discrimination destia is all objects of sense, is said to be the death of death. C2p 178 Infra. Chapter 2, 17. 155. Pursues desires, is destroyed, in pursuing, after the desires. But casting away desires, a being gets rid of all taint. Whatever this body, void of enlightenment asterisk, seems to be a hell for all beings. Those who are avaricious run about, going headlong to a ditch. A man, O Kshatriya, who contemns everything else register trademark symbol learns nothing. To him, the body is like a tiger made of straw asterisk. And this internal self, joined to delusion and fear in consequence of wrath and avarice, within your body, that verily is death asterisk understanding death asterisk register trademark symbol to be thus produced, and adhering to knowledge, one is not afraid of death, degree in this world. In his province, death is destroyed, as a mortal is destroyed, on arriving in the province of death. D7 Taj /Ra said, the good, eternal, and most holy worlds, which one on this Nalek has /Ha quotes these lines, the antelope, elephant, butterfly, bee, and fish, these five are destroyed by the five, i.e. the five objects of sense, sound, and see. See Santi Pavan, Moksha. Dharma, Chap. 174, St 45. 2 Thai, misery, Nalakas for a, merit or sin, Sankara. J. Sent, void of discrimination between the real and unreal, Nila. Kantha, result of ignorance, Sankara. A hell, as being full of filth says Sankara, such as phlegm, blood, excretions. Compare Maitri. p48. Asterisk as blind men groping about fall into a ditch, so do these. Sankara. 5 Te. Other than the sensuous objects he loves, learns nothing about the Supreme Self which he disregards. Degree useless for any good purpose. 7 Cf. Taittiriya Upanishad, P. Ros. Asterisk as being ruinous to oneself. Sankara compares Jita, p. 68. Compare also Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 103, and Sibhadharasika, p. 61. Register trademark symbol Te. Heedlessness and its developments as stated. Sankara cites on this Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 78. For such as Satyalaka, and c. 156 Sanatsugatiya, are mentioned, as attainable, by the twice-born by means of worship, those, say the Vedas, are the highest aim. How is it, then, that one who understands this does not resort to action? Sanatsugatiya said. Thinking, so, an ignorant man does resort to action. The Vedas likewise do lay down various benefits for him. But that asterisk, man, comes not. He the registered trademark symbol. Becoming the Supreme Self, he attains the Supreme, by the right path, destroying the wrong paths. Dhritarashthara said. Who is it that constrains this unborn primeval self, if it is itself, all this severally asterisk? And what? Jyotishvoma, Asvamedha, and other mites. Asterisk as leading to final emancipation. Asterisk I.E. Objects for which various ceremonies, or actions, should be performed. Asterisk i.e. The man of knowledge. Degree i.e. into the sphere of action. Cf. Gita, p. 48. Degree knowing the Supreme Self is identical with becoming the Supreme Self, Mundaka, p. 323. Lo. Getting rid of the paths which keep one away from the Brahman by means of contemplation of the Brahman, and c. Nila. Kantha renders right path to mean the subsumed passage hy, which the soul proceeds to final emancipation, c. Khandogya. pp. 570, Kasha, p. 157. Asterisk Sankara says, having shown that true death is heedlessness, and having shown that heedlessness in its forms of anger and c is the cause of all evil, and having also shown that death is destroyed by true knowledge, and having shown further that heaven and sea are really not man's highest goal, the author has also implied the unity of the supreme and individual self. On that arises a doubt, which is stated in this passage. Asterisk all this equals all the developments of the Brahman, i.e. space, wind, fire, water, earth, vegetation, food, living creatures. C. Taittiriyopanishad, p. 68. Chapter 2, 21. 157. Has it to do, or what is its unhappiness? Tell me all that accurately, O learned person. Sanatsugatiya said. There is great danger in attributing distinctions to it. The everlasting asterisk register trademark symbol, principles, exist by connection with the beginningless asterisk, principle. So that his greatness is not lost at all register trademark symbol, and beings exist by connection with the beginningless asterisk, principle. That which is the real, the supreme being, is eternal. Tai creates the universe by means of changes, for such is his power held to be, and for such connections of things the Vedas are authority, asterisk. What is the purpose of its existence, and what misery does it undergo on entering the course of worldly life? 2. The danger, says Sankara, is that of contravening Vedic texts such as Tam the Brahman thou art that and see. May it not rather be that pointed out at Ka/Upanishad, p. 129, viz. Never attaining final emancipation. Cf. also N.V. Sentivatiapani, p. 223. Asterisk the individual selves, Sankara, for nature or Maya. Asterisk the appearance of degradation to an inferior state being delusive. Asterisk the original word imph is the possession of Orpharia, Dharma. Yasas, Srt, Vairagya, Moksha, C. Svetisvatara, p. 329, where the list is slightly different. For another definition, see Maton, p6, gloss. 7 see note G, p 156. Asterisk Sankara says, the question of Dritafish /Ra having suggested a difference between two principles, one of which constrains, and the other of which is constrained, the answer is, such a difference ought not to be alleged, as it involves danger. Then the question arises, how is the difference, which does appear to be explained? The reply is, T is due to the beginningless principle, delusion or ignorance. The next sentence shows that the universe AB it appears is also a result of delusion. Nalekaz/IA says expressly, changes equals delusion. He renders the original which we have translated by beginningless first, to mean collection of objects of enjoyment's sankaras. Explanation seems tautological as regards the words connection with the beginningless, which occur twice in the above, Nila. 158 Sanatsugatiya. Dertarish Sentra said, since some practice piety and in this world, and some likewise practice impiety in this world, is the piety destroyed by the sin, or else does the piety destroy sin? Sanatsugatiya said, whichever he adheres to, the man of understanding always destroys both by means of knowledge, that is, settled asterisk. Likewise, in the other case, the embodied self obtains merit, and to such a one sin also accrues, that too is settled asterisk. Parting from this world, he enjoys by his actions both kinds of fruit, which are not enduring asterisk, of actions, which are pure, and of those which are sinful. The man of understanding casts aside sin by piety in this world, for know that his piety is more powerful asterisk. Those Brahmanas, in whom there is emulation about their piety, as there is in strong men about their strength, after departing from this world, become glorious in heaven asterisk. And Canthus is not quite clear. May the expression on the second occasion mean that the connection by which beings are stated before one to exist has had no beginning, has existed from eternity. The translation should then end thus. And bemx exist by a connection which had no beginning, see Saritakabhishaya, pp 494. Connections of things equals creation of undvise by his power. For example, Agnish/Oma, and c. Sankara. Asterisk ie impiety or picti, sin or mati. Asterisk institutis and smtis, which Sankara quotes. Rindogya. p. 622, Mundaka, p. 309, Brihadranyaka, p. Grt. c. 2. Maitri, p. 131. Asterisk of the man devoid of knowledge. Asterisk compare. Gita, p. 76, and Bhagwadgita, p. 636. Degree CP 164, note G infra. Asterisk the feeling of one's own superiority over others in Pali. Asterisk in the shape of nakshatras says Sankara, which is not quite intelligible. CX Aindogya, p. 258, and Anugita infra, p. 240. Chapter 2, 31. 159. To those in whom there is no emulation about their piety, that piety is a means of acquiring knowledge. Such Brahma was released from this world, go to the heaven which is free from the threefold source of pain *. People who understand the Vedas call his conduct good. But people closely connected *, as well as strangers, do not pay much regard to him. Wherever he may believe food and drink for a Brahmaksa to exist in abundance, like water on grass in the autumn, there would he live and not be vexed *. To him, only, that person is good, and no other, as a companion, who does nothing in excess, and who occasions fear and injury to a taciturn man register trademark symbol. And his food is acceptable to the good, who does not vex the self of a taciturn man, and who does not destroy the property of a Brahmasa. A Brahmasa should hold that living in the midst of kinsmen, his actions should be always unknown, and he should not. According to the Vedanti theory, the acts of piety purify the inner man, and are thus a stepping stone to knowledge. See Introduction. p.147 Supra, cf. Gita, p. 122, and Braidirasika, p. 899. 4 i.e. physical, mental, and such as is caused by superhuman agency. This is Sankara's explanation. It is somewhat far-fetched, but I can find none better. Compare Gita, p. 4g. And see also Bhattadramyaka, p. 876, and the commentary of Sankara therewith. Anandagiri's gloss. Register trademark symbol FE. G. Wife, children, and C. *te vexed as to how his livelihood is to be earned, and c. 5 excess, for example too much obsequiousness towards a taciturn man, owing to his holiness, and c. taciturn man equals ascetic injury equals disrespect, and c. perhaps the protest against worldliness is here carried to an extreme. Sankara cites Manu as a parallel. A Brahmasa should be afraid of worldly respect as of poison. Kilogram the Kusa grass, deerskin, and c. mentioned at Gil, p. 68. I.e. he should not parade his actions. Sankara compares Vaisasheka and a Vedic text. c. 2, the quotation at 8. Aris. pp. Go. 160 Sanatsugatiya. Think about them. What Brahmasa ought to think of the inner self, which is void of symbols, immovable, pure, and free from all pairs of opposites, in this way *. What sin is not committed by that thief, who steals away his own self, who regards his self as one thing, when it is a different thing. The far-seeing Brahmavasa, who knows the Brahman, is not wearied *. He receives nothing *. He is honored, free from trouble 7, and wise, but acts as if he was not wise. Register trademark symbol as dogs eat what is vomited, so do they, enjoying their own bravery. Eat what is vomited, always with disaster to themselves. Those twice-born persons, who are not one. Compare Gita, p. 103. Saitkira suggests an alternative explanation of this stanza, which will make it mean that one performing the operations of the senses should devote oneself nevertheless to the unknown principle, and not consider the senses to be the self, i.e. beyond the reach of inference, subtle, says Sankara. Compare Svetasvatara, p. 364, Paidaranyaka, p.855, Matat, p.182, and Karsha, p.149, where Sankara suggests a somewhat different meaning. As to immovable, compare Fra, p-ro, and Jait, p-rog. Sun. Kara renders it by void of activity, and Pui he paraphrases by free from ignorance and other taints. 5. It is difficult to say what in this way refers to. Sankara renders it by as possessing qualities appertaining to the two kinds of body. On Sankara's suggested meaning of the stanza y.i.e. seeding, see note 1, it would refer to the confusion of the surses with the sclf. Asterisk such a person is called a destroyer of Lu's own self at Fro Pani. Shad, p9. Register trademark symbol IC by the Ubles of worldly life. Asterisk compare. Without belongings at Jita, p128. 7. Anger and other obstacles to concentration of mind. Asterisk la unintelligent. The text of Vaisishsa referred to in Nate 9. p159, says he should act like an unintelligent man. Ch. Ols. Gaudapadakarids, p443, and Siriraka Bluishaya, p Toga. Asterisk la, singing the praises of their own greatness and worth, instead of keeping their conduct unknown. Chapter Il, 4i. 161. First in respect of human wealth, but who are first in the Vedas, are unconquerable, not to be shaken. They should be understood to be forms of the Brahman. Whosoever may in this world know all the gods asterisk, doers of favors, he is not equal to a Brahmasa, nor even he register trademark symbol for whom he exerts himself. The man who makes no efforts register trademark symbol, and is respected, does not, being respected, think himself respected. Nor does he become vexed in consequence of disrespect. One who is respected asterisk should think it to be a natural operation of people, like their opening or closing of the eyelids, that the learned respect him in this world. One who is not respected should think that the deluded people who do not understand piety, and who are devoid of knowledge of the world and the ststras, will never respect one who is worthy of respect. Respect and taciturnity register trademark symbol. Verily, never dwell together, for this world is the field for respect, the next for taciturnity, as is understood. For worldly wealth dwells in the one highly esteemed for or strongly attached to, satkara. Human wealth equals wife, offspring, property, and c. Compare. Kachandogya, p. 319. Padframyaka, p. 262. Asterisk i.e. veracity and other duties taught by the Vedas. Asterisk sent they need fear naught says Nalakan /ha. I_c may sacrifice to them, Sankara. Not even the deity to whom the sacrifice one's offered is equal to one who knows the Brahman. Compare. Taittiriya, p. 23, and Anugita, p. 250. Register trademark symbol te one who is taciturn and does not parade his greatness. 7. Te does not care for the respect shown him, because he knows the Brahman. Asterisk I.A. Restraint of all senses, not of speech only. For the contrast compare that between Siya and Prayat Kaha, p. 92. Ted by all men of understanding, Sarkar's rendering is different. The next which is known as Tad, 1s for tacituinity. He cites for this Jia, p. 120. 8, m. 162 Sanatsugatiya. Sphere of respect, and that 2 is an obstacle to. While the Brahmic wealth Okshatriya is difference. Cult to be attained by anyone devoid of knowledge. The ways to it are stated by the good to be of various descriptions, and difficult to reach, truth, straightforwardness, modesty plus restraint of senses, purity, knowledge, which are the 6 impediments in the way of respect and delusion. Quarter 3. Dirtash/Ra said, who possesses this taciturnity register trademark symbol, and which of the 2 register trademark symbol is taciturnity? Describe, O learned person, the condition of taciturnity here. Does a learned man reach taciturnity by taciturnity? And how, O sage, do they practice taciturnity in this world? 1. Lo. They both follow on devotion to worldly life. I.e. in the way to final emancipation. 8. The enjoyment of supreme felicity, Brahmananda, Sankara. The greatness consisting of a knowledge of us, Vegas, Saman. And the substance of their teaching, which is worthy of a Brahmaya. Nalakan/ha. c. 2, Anugita, p. 232. Modesty equals being ashamed of doing wrong, 1 restraint of senses equals mental restraint, and purity is both internal and external. Sun. Kara, knowledge 1s, of course, knowledge of the Brahman. Register trademark symbol J.E, that spoken of in the last chapter. Viz, mere silence, or the contemplation of the self after straining all the senses. Inth Brahdarayaka Upanishad, Sankar. p. 605, renders the original word, mauna, to mean, the fruit of the destruction of the consciousness of anything other than the self. And his commentator makes it clearer thus, he conviction in the mind that 1s the self, the supreme Brahman, and that there 1s nothing else existing but 1s. 7 Je. The highest seat, the Brahman, for nund, sense, and are all non-existent there. Compare Kasha, p. 151, and Maitri, p. 161. Chapter 3, 4. 163. Sanatsugatiya said, since the Vedas, together with the mind, fail to attain to him, hence, is he, taciturnity degree, he about whom the words of the Vedas were uttered and who, O king, shines forth as consubstantial with them. Dhritarashtra said, does the twice-born person who studies the As and the Yagas texts, and the Samaveda, committing sinful acts, become tainted, or does he not become tainted? Sanatsugatiya said, not the Zdman texts, nor yet the A7e texts, nor the Yagas texts register trademark symbol save him, O acute sir, from sinful. Cf. Kenopanishad, 39p, Kasha, p.1g2, Taturtya, p11g. Sent taciturnity is his name, says Nalakortha. Or, says Sankara, who is the author of the Vedas. Te. With the Vedas says Nalakaya, om, the quintessence of the Vedas, being a name of the Brahman, as to which F. Gita, p. 79. and mated, 84p. Sankara takes the whole expression to mean Jyotirmaya, consisting of light. Nilakaya says this stanza answers the 5 following questions put in the stanza preceding, viz. Of what use is taciturnity? Which of the two is taciturnity? And c. as above. The first 4 questions are answered by the first 2 lines of this stanza, the substance of the answer being that the use of taciturnity is to attain the seat which is not to be grasped even by the mind, that taciturnity includes both restraint of mind and of the external senses. By means of such restraint, the external and internal worlds cease to be perceived as existing, and the highest goal is attained. Register trademark symbol. This question arises naturally knaf on Dlakora's interpretation of the preceding stanza, the meaning of which is in substance that the Vedas cannot grasp the Brahman fully, but they are of use towards a rudimentary comprehension of it, as is said further on, cp 172 infra. Compare Svetasvatara Upanishad, p. 339, SCE, 2, Nrame Harti Apint. pp. 81-98. M2. 164 Sanatsugatiya. Action. I do not tell you an untruth. The Asandhas do not save a sinful, deceitful man who behaves deceitfully too. At the time of the termination of his life, the Asandhas abandon him, as birds who have got wings abandon their nest. Dhritarashthara said, if, O acute sir, the Vedas are not able to save one who understands the Vedas, then whence is this eternal talk of the Brahmawas? Sanatsugatiya said, O you of great glory, this universe becomes manifest through his special forms, names * register trademark symbol and the rest. The Vedas proclaim his form, after describing it well *, and they also state his difference from the universe. For that register trademark symbol are this penance and sacrifice prescribed. By these, a learned man acquires merit, and afterwards destroy ing sin. By merit register trademark symbol, he has his self illuminated. By knowledge the learned man attains *te, one who parades his piety *, i.e. hypoeretically. Register trademark symbol, i.e. do not mse to his memory, nilahan / ha. Citing Jita. p. 78 supra. Sil. About the veneration due to one who has studied the Vedas, nilakan / ha, citing 1012 passages. In point degree the universe consists of names and forms, the reality being the Brahman only. Compare Bhagwadgita, p. 407. Seek. Sankara refers to Totolaya Upanishad. p. 68, Anugita. p. 596 Seek and C. Sankara takes this to mean sages, who, according to him, state the difference. Il quotes Padsra. For this *te, the Brahman, that one is to say, for attaining to it. Penance sz. Andhyadhyana and other observances. Sacrifice equals yotish / oma, and d. *CFP, 158 supra, Anugita p. 888. Chapter 3, 12165. The Self. But, on the other hand, one who wishes for the fruit, heaven takes with him register trademark symbol all that he has done in this world, enjoys it in the next, and then returns to the path of this world. Penance is performed in this world, the fruit is enjoyed elsewhere. But the penance of Brahmamas is for the developed that of others remains only as much as when first performed. Dhruvatadshara said, how does the pure penance become developed and well developed? O Sanatsugatiya, tell me how I should understand that, O Lord. Sanatsugatiya said, this penance, free from sin, is called pure and this pure penance becomes developed and well developed, not otherwise register trademark symbol. All this, degree, O Kshatriya. 1 cf Svetivatara, p. 327, Mwadeka, p. 323. 2 So Sankara, Nilakas /AA takes the original word to mean the group of the senses and the whole phrase to mean enjoy. Ments of sense Nilakas /ha is supported by a passage further on. p. 167. But as to those who wish for heaven compare Gita, pp. 48-84. Register trademark symbol T.Cent. In the form of merit, and C. *cf Gita, p. 84. 5 Compare Khindogya, p. 23. Br and Armozas equals those that know the Brahman. CP 171 Infra. Register trademark symbol Tam not quite sure about the meaning of the original here. Rida, which I have rendered developed Nilakas /za understands to mean what is performed merely for show. What has been rendered well developed in the text, Nilakas /ha takes to mean performed from some desire and c. 7 Anger, desire, and c. Register trademark symbol The original is Kevala. Nilakor /ha says it is so called as being two means of Kaivalya, final emancipation. Register trademark symbol Te, not that which is not free from sin, which latter one is not developed at all. 1 All objects of enjoyment, Nilakanksha. 166 Sanatsugatiya has for its root that penance about which you question me. By penance, those conversant with the Vedas attained immortality, after departing from this world. Dhritarashtra said, I have heard about penance free from sin, O Sanatsugatiya. Tell me what is the sin, connected with penance, so that I may understand the eternal mystery Sanatsugatiya said, the 12 beginning with wrath, and likewise the 7 cruelties, are the defects connected with it, and there are stated in the Sastras 12 merits connected with it, beginning with no ledge, which are known to the twice-born, and may be developed. Wrath, desire avarice, delusion, craving register trademark symbol, mercilessness, censoriousness, vanity, grief, attachment, envy register trademark symbol, reviling others. These 12 should always be avoided by a man of high quality. Compare Brihadarasika, p. 899. Tapas is variously rendered. C. Inter alia, Prasna, pp. 162-170, Svetasvatara, p. 307, Muzdaka, pp. 270-280, 311-314, Khandogya, p. 136, Anugita, pp. 247, 330. *ie Brahmavidya, or Science of the Brahman, /ha. The Brahman itself, Sankara. *lo. Lust. *want of discrimination between right and wrong. 5. Desire to taste worldly objects. Register trademark symbol for the loss of anything desired. * desire to enjoy worldly objects. The difference between this and craving, according to Sankara, appears to be between merely tasting and continual enjoyment. According to Nilakantha, the former one is a desire which is never contented, the latter is merely a general king. * impatience of other people's prosperity, censoriousness. Being the pointing out of flaws in other people's merits. And reviling. Being an ignoring of the merits and merely abusing. Chapter 3, 19. 167. Vacations, these, O King of Kings, attend each and every man, wishing to find some opening. As a hunter watches animals. Boastful, lustful, haughty, irascible, unsteady *, one who does not protect those dependent on him. These 6 sinful acts are performed by sinful men who are not afraid. Even in the midst of great danger, register trademark symbol. One whose thoughts are all about enjoyments, who prospers by injuring others, who repents of generosity, who is miserly, who is devoid of the power, register trademark symbol, of knowledge, who esteems the group of the senses, who hates his wife *. These 7, different from those previously mentioned, are the 7 forms of cruelty: knowledge, truth, self-restraint, sacred learning, freedom from animosity towards living beings, modesty, endurance, freedom from center, seriousness, sacrifice, gift, courage. 1. Quiescence. 2. These are the 12 great observances, trademark symbol of a Brdh. Mazza. Whoever is not devoid of these 12 can govern this whole world, and those who are 1. Sil. For attaining to the Brahman. 2. Some weak point by which they may attack a man. 5. Fickle in friendship, and c. 4. Such as a wife, and c. 5. Connected with this or the next world, /a. This and a stanza further on I place within brackets, as it is not quite certain whether Sankara's copy had them, though they are now in some of our copies of the text with his commentary. See Introduction. Degree compare. Mumdaka, p. 319, A. Andogya, p. 494. 7. See Note 2, at page 165. Register trademark symbol, the wife having no other protector. See Note 4, at page 162. Of pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, and restraint of senses in presence of their objects. 2. Compare. Gita, pp. 69, 70. SS which are serviceable in attaining the highest goal. 168. Sanatsugatiya. 4. Possessed of 3, 2, or even 1 Of these, be come, in due course, distinguished for knowledge, and identified with the Brahman. Self-restraint, abandonment, register, trademark, symbol, and freedom from heedlessness. On these depends immortality. And the talented Brahmanas say that truth is chief over them. Self-restraint has 18 defects. If any one of them is committed, it is an obstacle to self-restraint. They are thus stated: untruthfulness, backbiting, thirst, register, trademark, symbol, antipathy to all beings, darkness, rapine, hatred, register, trademark, symbol of people, haughtiness, quarrelsomeness, injuring living creatures, reviling others, garrulity, vexation, want of endurance, 8, want of courage, imperfection, sinful conduct, and sloth. That is called self-restraint by the good, which is free from these defects. Frenzy has 18 defects. 1. And abandonment is of 6 kinds. The contraries of those which have been laid down are stated to be the defects of frenzy. Abandonment of 6 kinds is excellent. Of those 6, the third is hard to achieve. With it one certainly crosses 1. The original is the word taciturnity, as at p. 162 supra. 2. Offering one's acts to God, nilakam /aa, as to which compare Gita 64 pc, also p. 182 infra for this stanza. Je for objects of sense. Ignorance. 5. Discontent even when one obtains much. 6. This is active, antipathy is passive only. 7. Of oneself, by brooding on evil. Compare Tatertya, p.org. 1. Copy of Sarkar's commentary says this means thinking ill of others without cause. Register, trademark, symbol of pairs of opposites. Restraint of senses in presence of their objects. Trademark, symbol of piety, knowledge, and indifference to worldly objects. Trademark, symbol qualities which destroy it. Sil. As defects of self-restraint, viz. untruthfulness, and c. Chapter 3, 27. 169. Beyond all misery without distinction, that being achieved, everything is accomplished too. The first is the giving away of sons and wealth to a serving man who asks for them. The second is gifts at Vedic ceremonies, and gifts at ceremonies laid down in the Smvstis *, the abandonment of desires, O King of Kings, by means of indifference to worldly objects, is laid down as the third asterisk. With these one should become free from heedlessness. That freedom from heedlessness, too, has 8 characteristics, and is a great merit. Truth, fullness, concentration, absorbed contemplation, reflection, register, trademark, symbol, and also indifference to worldly objects. Not stealing, register, trademark, symbol, living the life of a Brahmacharin, and sil. Any distinction as to physical, mental, or that which is caused by superhuman agency. Literally, all is conquered. Everything that needs to be done is done. Compare Kashopanishad, p.155, Muzdaka, p. 317. Another interpretation of Ishvarta is offerings to gods, and offerings to the manes, a third sacrifices, and c. and works of charity, such as digging tanks and wells, for a fourth, see Sankhya. On Vaidika, p. 291. Each of the three classes mentioned contains two subclasses. And so the six are made up. It is not quite easy to see the two heads under the third class, but perhaps indifference, and the consequent abandonment of desire, may be the two intended. To indicate that, I have adopted the construction which takes the words by means of indifference with abandonment, instead of with gifts at Vedic ceremonies, and c. Sankara seems to understand giving away of wealth with the words by means of indifference, and thus to constitute the second head under the third class. But he is not quite clear. Concentration equals fixing the mind continuously on some object, such as the being in the sun, and c. Contemplation is that in which one identifies oneself with the Brahman, reflection as to what one 18, whence one comes, and so forth. 5. Sankara says this may refer to the stealing mentioned at p. 160, the life of a Brahmairin is here taken to mean con. 170 Sanatsugatiya. Likewise freedom from all belongings. Thus have the defects of self-restraint been stated, one should avoid those defects. Freedom from those defects is freedom from heedlessness, and that, too, is deemed to have 8 characteristics. Let truth be your very self, O King of Kings. On truth all the worlds rest. Truth is said to be their main principle. Immortality depends on truth. Getting rid of these defects, one should practice the observance of penance. This is the conduct prescribed by the Creator. Truth is the solemn vow of the good. The pure penance, which is free from these defects, and possessed of these characteristics, becomes developed, and well developed. I will state to you, in brief, O King of Kings, what you ask of me. This observance, register trademark symbol, is destructive of sin and pure, and releases 1. From birth and death and old age. If one is free from the 5 senses, and also from the mind, O descendant of Bharata, also from thoughts regarding the past and the future, register trademark symbol 1. Becomes happy. Dhritarashtra said, some people make great boasts in consequence of their knowing the Vedas with the Ekhyadnas, as tenants by the commentators, as also at Mundaka, p. 311 inter alia. See also K. Chandogya, p. 533. Son, wife, home, and c. As to which compare Gita, p. 103, and N.R. Simhatapint, p. 198, commentary. The 8 mentioned already. Register trademark symbol compare. Tate. Aaron. p. 888. Cf. Mundaka, p. 312, Santi Pavan, Moksha. Chap. 199. St. 64 Sikh. Immortality equals final emancipation. Degree p. 165 Supra. Of penance. That is to say, CFGFTD, p. 109 for the collocation. Kashopanishad, p. 151, Mati, p.16x. Sankara seems to take the five and the senses separately, the five meaning the five classes of sensuous objects. Asterisk past losses and future gains, Nilakan /ha. Chapter 3, 38. I7I. The fifth, others, likewise, are masters of 4 Vedas, others, 2 of 3 Vedas, others are masters of 2 Vedas, and of 1 Veda, and others of no Veda. Asterisk. Tell me which of these is the greatest, whom I may know to be a Brahmana. Sanatsugatiya said. Through ignorance of the 1 Veda. Asterisk, the one truth, O King of Kings. Numerous Vedas came into existence. Some only adhere to the truth. The fancies of those who have fallen away from the truth are abortive, and through ignorance of the truth, ceremonies become amplified register trademark symbol. One should understand a Brahmasa, who merely reads much, to be a man of many words. Asterisk register trademark symbol. Know him only to be the true Brahmasa, who swerves not from the truth. O you who are the highest among men. Asterisk. The Kundas, indeed, refer of themselves register trademark symbol to it. There. 1 cf. As to this, Max Muller's Ancient Sanskrit Litai Achui. p. 38 Sikh, and a Hindogya, pp. 164, 474, 493, Bhagwadgita. pp. 456, 687, 926, Matter, p. 171, Nrsimha Tapint, p. Rog. 2. The original is void of nzks. The commentators give no explanation. Does it mean those who abandon the Karma Marga? Heretics who reject all Vedas are scarcely likely to be referred to in this way. Nilakas /AA's interpretation of all this is very different. See his gloss. Register trademark symbol. Sankara gives various interpretations of this. Perhaps the best is to take it as meaning knowledge. The one knowledge. The one truth would then be HKE. The famous text, Tatyotya. p. 56, the Brahman is truth, knowledge and c. Asterisk for this phrase compare. Gita, p. 73. 5. Those who do not understand the Brahman lose their natural power of obtaining what they wish, and so go in for various ceremonies for various special benefits. Compare. Ka and Ndogya, p. 541. Gita, p. 47, and p. 184. Infra. Degree compare. Brihadaranyaka, p. 893. 7 Ibid. p. 636. 4 Literally, highest among bipeds, a rather unusual expression. Nilakar says, the pate of the Vedas which teaches the 172 Sanatsugatiya. 4. Studying them, the learned persons who understand the A4 andas, attain to the Veda, not that which is to be known. Among the Vedas, there is none which understands by the unintelligent. One understands not the Veda, nor the objective knowledge. Asterisk. He who knows the Veda knows the object of knowledge. He who knows the objective knowledge register trademark symbol knows not the truth. He who understands the Vedas understands also the objective knowledge, but that register trademark symbol is not understood by the Vedas, or by those who understand the Vedas. Still the Brahmanas who understand the Vedas, understand the Veda by means of the Vedas, as the branch of a tree with regard to the part of a portion of the glorious register trademark symbol 1, so, they declare, are the Vedas with knowledge of the Supreme is enough by itself for its purpose. It is not lke the part about rites, and, which rites must be performed before they serve any useful purpose. The Gifnakanda is enough by itself for understanding the Brahman. Sankara compares Jata, p. 113, and Kafha, p. 102. Asterisk the Veda equals the Brahman, as above, compare. Svetasvatara, p. 372. And commentary, that which is to be known equals the material world, which is a subject for human knowledge. Register trademark symbol SIL understands the Veda, the Brahman. Asterisk the mind says nfle consent ha, literally, that which is to be understood. Asterisk because a real knowledge of it requires a knowledge of the Brahman as to the next clause F. Inter alien Hindoi. p. 384-5. Pthaidaranyaka, p. 450. Degree this is the converse of the last sentence, as to which of Pthaidaranyaka, py 25. 6 the Supreme. The apparent contradiction is explained in the next sentence, i.e. the moon. This refers to the well-known Sikdhandra Nyara as the small digit off moon, which cannot be perceived. Hy itself is pointed out as being at the up of a branch of a tree poling towards the moon, so the Vedas are of use as pointing towards the Brahman, though inaccurately and imperfectly. Chapter Il, 45. 173. Regard to the subject of understanding the Supreme Self. I understand him to be a Brahmasa who is ingenious, and explains Vedic texts. He who apprehends those texts, thus does verily know that supreme principle. One should not go in search of it among things, antagonistic register trademark symbol to it at all. Not looking for him there, one sees that Lord by means of the Veda. Remaining quiet, one should practice devotion, and should not even form a wish in the mind register trademark symbol. To him the Brahman presents register trademark symbol itself, and directly afterwards he attains to the perfect one. By taciturnity verily, does one become a sage, one does not become a sage by dwelling in a forest register trademark symbol. And he is called the highest sage, who understands that indestructible principle. One is called an analyzer. Also, in consequence of SIL in the manner just indicated. As giving an idea of the bioman. The first step to a knowledge of the bioman is to hear about it from Vedic texts. Compare Bhz Hadamyaka, p. 925. Such as the body, the senses, and see, which must be distinguished as quite distinct from the self, though most often confounded with it. Such passages, namely, as thou art that, I am the bioman and see. 5 about the objects of the senses. Degree compare Kasha, p. 155. 7 compare Khandogya, p. 516. The Bhaman there is the same as the Bahu here, viz. the Brahman. Sankara says expressly in his comment on the Upanishad text, that Bahu and Bhaiman, among other words, are synonyms. Asterisk self-restraint, as explained before at p. 163. Register trademark symbol, though this is not unimportant, as may be Sanfyam the contrast between town and forest at a Adndogia, p. 340. See also Maitri, p. 100, Muzdaka, p. 240. As to the highest sage see Pthadranyaka, p. 899, where the passage about sacrifice, gift, penance should be compared with Jita, p. 122. The construction in the original one is not quite clear. I understand the sense to be as follows: in the science of the soul, the 174 Sanatsugatiya, analyzing all objects. The analysis is, from that, as the root, and as he makes such an analysis. Hence is he so called. The man who sees the worlds directly sees everything. A Brahmamsa, verily, adhering to the truth, understands it, and becomes omniscient. I say to you, O learned person, that adhering to knowledge and the rest, in this way, one sees the Brahman, O Kshatriya, by means of a course of study in the Vedas 8. Quarter 4. Divstarashara said, O Sanatsugate, since you have spoken these words of highest significance, relating to the Brahman, and of numerous forms asterisk, give me that advice, which is excellent, and difficult to obtain in the analyzer. The word is the same as the word for grammarian, is he who analyzes objects, not words merely. Now the true analysis of objects reduces them all to the Brahman, compare Xa and Ogya, p. 407. Padayasika, p. 152, and the sage understands this, and makes the analysis accordingly, so he is nghtly called an analyzer. 1. This again is not clear, and the discrepancies of the MSS make it more perplexing. The meaning, I take to be, that a man may perceive all material things, such as the worlds, bhfr, and c. As the commentators put it, but to be one-ely omniscient, you must have knowledge of the truth, the Bhayaman C. Sabha Pavan. Chapter V, Stanza 7. And c. 2, Paidirasika, p. 613. 2 pm 167 Supra. Asterisk fleeing the Vedantas, Upanishads and c. says Sankara. C. Note 2 Supra, p. 173. Asterisk docs this mean refer meg to many aspects of the Brahman. Sankara Merkley says Nandifapa. Nalakor /aa takes it differently, and as meaning that in which everything is elucidated, relating to the Brahman. Nalakavska takes to mean leading to the Brahman or instrument for attaining to the Brahman. Chapter 4, 5. 175. Midst of these created objects, such is my request, O youth. Sanatsugatiya said, this Brahman, O king, about which you question me with such perseverance, is not to be attained by anybody who is in a hurry. When the mind is absorbed in the understanding too, then can that knowledge, which must be deeply pondered over, be attained by living the life of a Brahma 4%. 4. You are speaking of that primordial knowledge plus, which consists in the truth, which is obtained by the good by living the life of Brahma for Erin's registered trademark symbol, which, being obtained, men cast off this mortal world, and which knowledge, verily, is to be invariably found in those who have been brought up under preceptor's degree. Dvstaj Sentra said, since that knowledge is capable of being truly acquired by living the life of a Brahma for in, therefore tell me, O Brahmawa, of what description the life of a Brahma's Arin is. Sanatsugatiya said, those who entering, as it were, the womb register trademark symbol of a asterisk in this material world, the highest knowledge one is not to be got. Compare Kasha, p. 96. i.e. withdrawn from objects and fixed on the self only. Compare Gita, p. 79, and Maitri, p. 179, where, however, we have our 7d4. Bud. Asterisk Viro Hashana and Indra do so aquadimk to the Khandogya, p. 570. See also Mundaka, p. 311. Asterisk the object of which one is the Prumal Brahman. Asterisk cf. Khandogya, p. 534, and Git, pp. 78, 79, and the passage from the Ka/AA there cited. Degree Khandogya, pp. 264 to 459. Asterisk Ca Ndogya, p. 553. Seek. Asterisk I.e. attending closely upon him, foetus equals pupil. 176 Sanatsugatiya. Preceptor, and becoming, as it were, a fetus, prak. 'Tis the life of Brahma for ins, become even in this world authors of sastras, and they repair to the highest truth. After casting off this body, they subjugate desires here in this world, practicing forbearance in pursuit of the Brahmic state asterisk, and with courage, they even here remove the self out of the body plus, like the soft fibers from the mu figure. Father and mother, O descendant of Bharata, only form the BGDY. But the birth register trademark symbol obtained from the preceptor, that verily is true degree, and likewise immortal. He perfects, 1, giving, 1, immortality. Reconnaissing what he has done, for one should not injure him. The disciple should always make obeisance to the preceptor register trademark symbol, and, free from heedlessness, should always desire sacred instruction. When the pure man obtains knowledge by this same course of discipleship register trademark symbol, that is the first quarter of his life as a Brahmayarin, as is his conduct. Plus learned men of knowledge, Sankara. Register trademark symbol the supreme, which is described as truth, knowledge, and in our ancient works the truth often means the real asterisk the state of being absorbed in the Brahman. Compare Git, p. 52. Asterisk compare Kasha, p. 138. Register trademark symbol Sankara cites Apastamba, p. 11, in support of this, and Prasna Upanishad, p. 256. The consciousness of being one with the Brahman is a new birth. C. 2, Mvedaka, p. 282. Degree that birth one is not merely delusive, and does not result in death. Immortality or final emancipation is not to be achieved without knowledge, which can only be got from a preceptor, and one is not perfect without that immortality, one is limited by the conditions of human existence. See Nirukta, Rothci, PQT. Asterisk Sankara compares Svetasvatara, p.374. The necessity of having a guru is often insisted on even in the Upanishads. Cf. Mundaka. p. 482, Khandogya, p. 264. Asterisk stated at the beginning of this speech, Sikara. Chapter 4, I4. 177. Always towards his preceptor, so likewise should he behave towards the preceptor's wife, and so likewise should he act towards the preceptor's son, that is said to be the second quarter. What one, recognizing what the preceptor has done for one, and understanding the matter taught, feels with a delighted heart regarding the preceptor, believing that one has been brought into existence by him. That is the third quarter of life as a Brahma's erin. One should do what is agreeable to the preceptor by means of one's life and riches, and indeed thought and word asterisk, that is said to be the fourth quarter. A disciple obtains a quarter by time for, so likewise a quarter by associating with the preceptor, he also obtains a quarter by means of his own energy, and then he attains to a quarter by means of the sastras. The life as a Brahmasdrin of that man, whose beauty register trademark symbol consists in the 12, beginning with knowledge, and whose limbs are the other qualifications mentioned, and who has asterisk the meaning of the Vedic texts, and see Sayakra in one copy. The highest aim of man, according to another copy. See note 5 on p. 176. 5. I keep the order of the original, though one do not translate quite literally. Thought and word should be literally mind and speech. See, on the collocation, Pfte, p. 123 inter alia. Asterisk time equals maturity of understanding which comes by time. Energy equals intellectual power, esastras equals consolation about esastias. With fellow students, Sankara, who adds that the order is not material as stated, and quotes a stanza which may be thus written. Dud, the pupil receives a quarter from the preceptor, a quarter by his own talent, he receives a quarter by time, and a quarter through fellow Brahmafarans. Asterisk the body being disregarded, these qualities are attributed to the self in this way. For the 12, CP 167, the others are abandonment, truthfulness, and c. p. 169. Ls. N. 178 Sanatsugatiya. Strength 1, bears fruit, they say, by association with a preceptor, in the shape of contact with that entity. The Brahman. Whatever wealth may come to a man who lives in this way, he should even pay that over to the preceptor. He would thus be adopting the conduct of the good which is of many merits. And the same conduct is to be adopted towards the preceptor's son. Living thus, he prospers greatly. On all sides in this world, he obtains sons and position, the quarters asterisk and sub-quarters shower benefits asterisk on him, and men pass their lives as Brahmairins under him. By this life as a Brahma and Arin, the divinities obtained their divinity. And the sages, too, became great by living the life of Brahmas are ins. By this same means, too, the apes are Rasas, together with the Gandharvas, achieved for themselves beautiful forms. And by this life as a Brahma Farin, the sun illuminates the universe. That man of knowledge, O king, who practicing penance, may by penance pierce through or tear off his body, crosses beyond childhood * by means of this life as a Brahma Hasherin, and at the time of the termination of life, obstructs death register trademark symbol. Those who understand this life as a Brahmasarin, attain to observe the duties referred to, Sankara. But see, 2, p. 167. Note 6. Asterisk obtains wealth, learning, and greatness, says a commentator. For similar benefits, compare Khandogya, p. 122. Register trademark symbol, compare Khandogya, p. 132. Wealth, says Nalek Azhar, as well as another commentator. Ignorance, compare note 7 at p.154 supra. Nalakan /ha reads. Reaches instead of crosses beyond and interprets fly at. 2. Mean freedom from affection, aversion and see. Compare Brihadaranyaka, p. 605. As to the divinity of divinities, compare Tate. Aaron. p. 886. Nalakan ha reads vanquishes death. The meaning is, he reaches final emancipation, compare p.154 supra. Chapter 4, 21. 179. Condition like that of those who ask for what they want from the wish-giving stone, when they obtain the thing desired by performing action, Oksha. Triya. People conquer, for themselves only, perish. Able worlds *. But the man of understanding attains by knowledge to the everlasting glory, for there is no other way to it *. Dirtaj Sentra said, where a Brahma were possessed of knowledge, perceives it, does it appear as white, as red, or again as black, or again as grey or tawny? What is the color of that immortal, indestructible goal? Sanatsugatiya said, it appears not as white, as red, nor again as black, nor again as grey, nor tawny register trademark symbol. It dwells not on earth, nor in the sky, nor does it bear a body in this ocean register trademark symbol, like world. It is not in the stars, nor does it dwell in the lightning, nor is its form to be seen in the clouds, nor even in the air, nor in the deities. It is not to be seen in the moon, nor in the sun. It is not to be seen in Ak texts, nor in one called Kintimaxi. The effect of Brahmacharya is that those who practice it can get what they desire. To compare Gita, p. 76, A. Andogya, p. 538, Muzdaka, p. 279. 5. Compare Svetasvatara, p. 327. Compare Vedaramyaka, p. 877. 5. Compare Kava, p. 119, and Muzdaka, p. 267. As to its not dwell in earth, sky, and sea, Sankara refers to a / Adndogya, p. 518, as implying that register trademark symbol literally, it bears no water in the ocean. water is said by the commentators to mean the 5 elements of which the body is composed. See Manu I, S, and A. Anugita, p. 330. In the Sveta Svataya it signifies mind, SCE p. 388. For Okan meaning world, or Samsara, compare Aitārya Upanishad, p. 182. Here I do not render Ifapar by color, as before. N2. 180 Sanatsugatiya. Yoga's texts, nor yet in the Atharvan texts, nor in the Purestman texts, nor yet, O king, in the Rathantara or Bhadratha hymns. It is seen in the self of a man of high vows *. It is invincible. Beyond darkness *. It comes forth from within *. At the time of destruction, its form is minuter than the minutest things, its form is larger even than the mountain's register trademark symbol, that is the support register trademark symbol, of the universe, that is immortal, that is, all things perceptible. That is the Brahman, that is glory register trademark symbol. From that all entities were produced register trademark symbol, in that they are dissolved. All this shines forth as dwelling in it in the form of light. And it is perceived by means of knowledge by one who understands the self. On it depends this whole universe. Those who understand this become immortal. See your Sanskrit texts, Volume I, p. 16, Tandya Brahmana, p. 838, Chita, 90p, and Kaushitaki, 21p. Bhadratha == Brihat. Summon. Register trademark symbol the 12 great vows, knowledge, and see, mentioned above. CP.167, Nilakantha takes Madvrata to refer to the sacrifice of that name. It is described in the Aitārya Aranyaka. 5 C. Jita, p. 78, note 4. Compare Jita, p. 82, and Vsopanishad, p. 12. 5 C. Jita, 78p, note 3. Degree compare Jita, p. 113, Kaha p. 99. Sonalakas ha. The original word ordinarily means worlds. Register trademark symbol compare Sveta and Svatara, p. 347. Degree compare the famous passage in the Taitritya, p. 123, and also Mundaka, p. 289. The explanations of the commentators are not quite clear as to the word on, in the form of light. Probably the meaning is, the universe depends on the Brahman, and is, as it were, the light of the Brahman. Sankara compares the passages referred to at Jita, prx2, note x. For not by means of action, says Sankara. Chapter v. 3. 181. Chapter 6. Grief and wrath, and avarice, desire, delusion, laziness, want of forgiveness, vanity, craving, friendship, censoriousness, and reviling others. These 12 great enormities are destructive of a man's life. These, O King of Kings, attend on each and every man. Beset by these, a man, deluded in his understanding, acts sinfully. A man full of attachments, merciless, harsh, of speech, talkative, cherishing wrath in his heart, and boastful, these Other men of cruel qualities, such persons, even obtaining wealth, do not always enjoy it. %%. The whole of this chapter is wanting in one of our copies of Sankara's commentary. In the copy published in the Mahabharata, Madras edition, there is, however, this passage, wrath and see have been already explained, still there are some differences here and there, and those only are now explained. The chapter is for the most part a repetition of what we have already had. For such repetitions compare Padavika, pp. 317-1016, 444-930. The same copy of Sankara's commentary gives this general statement of the object of this and the next chapter, the course of study of the science of the Brahman, in which knowledge is the principal thing, and concentration of mind and CAIE subsidiary, has been described. Now is described the course of study in which concentration of mind is principal, and knowledge subsidiary. The first mode consists in understanding the meaning of the word you by means of concentration of mind, and then identifying it with the Brahman by means of a study of the Upanishads. The second, in first intellectually understanding the identity of the individual self and Brahman, by such study of the Upanishads. And then realizing the identity to consciousness by contemplation, and see. In both modes the fruit is the same, and the means are the same, and to show this, the merits and defects already stated are here again declared. This explanation is verbatim the same in Nilay commentary. The original is pity, which is explained to mean friend ship by Sankara and Nilay /ha. Sent quing to there being in it no enjoyment for the self. Says 182 Sanatsugatiya. One whose thoughts are fixed on enjoyments, who is partial, proud, boastful when he makes a gift, miserly, and devoid of power *, who esteems the group of the senses, and who hates his wife. Thus have been stated the 7 classes of cruel persons of sinful dispositions, piety, and truthfulness, and penance, and self-restraint, freedom from animosity, modesty, endurance, freedom from seriousness, liberality, sacred learning, courage, forgiveness. These are the 12 great observances of a Brahmasa. Whoever does not swerve from these 12 may govern this whole world. And one who is possessed of 3, 2, or even 1 of these must be understood to have nothing of his own. Self-restraint, abandonment, freedom from delusion. On these immortality depends register trademark symbol. These are possessed by those talented Brahmasas to whom the Brahman is the principal thing. A Brahma's speaking ill of others, whether true or false, is not commended. Copy of Sankara's commentary. Another reading, which is in the Madras edition and in Nilay, may be rendered, even obtaining benefits, they do not respect one from whom they obtain them. The commentary says the meaning is the same as that of the expression used in the corresponding place before, viz. One who prospers by injuring others. One copy of Sankara's commentary takes this to mean one who thinks the not self to be the self. I adopt the other meaning, however, as agreeing with that of Atamini, which is the reading of some copies instead of Abhimani. Asterisk Nalek author reads Durbala and does not explain it. CP 167. Asterisk 1 commentator says this means that he should not be supposed to have incurred the demerit of having any attachment to this world. Nalek author says he gives up everything in the pursuit of even one of these observances. 5 CP 168. Asterisk 5. The goal to be reached. The commentary takes Brahman to mean the Vedas, and the whole phrase to mean those who devote themselves to the performance of actions stated in the Vedas. Chapter V, 13. 183. The men who act thus have their places in hell. Frenzy has 18 defects, as already described. Here, hatred of men, factiousness 1, censoriousness, untruthful speech, lust, wrath, want of self-control 2. Speaking ill of others, backbiting, mismanagement. In business asterisk, quarrelsomeness, animosity, troubling living creatures, want of forgiveness, delusion, flip, pansy, loss of reason, censoriousness asterisk register trademark symbol. Therefore, a wise man should not be subject to frenzy, for it is always censured. 6 characteristics should be understood as belonging to friendship, that one should rejoice at anything agreeable, and feel grieved at anything disagreeable, that with a pure heart one, when asked by a deserving man, should give to him who asks what can register trademark symbol certainly be given, though it may be beneficial to oneself, and even though it ought not to be asked, namely, one's favorites, sons, wealth, and one's own wife, that one should not dwell there where one has bestowed all one's wealth, through a desire to get a return for one's liberality, that one should enjoy the asterisk 1 copy of Sankara's commentary says this means obstructing other people's acts of piety, and c. 2 QNE copy of Sankara's commentary says this means being given up to intoxicating drinks, and c. Another copy says doing another's bidding without thought. Asterisk 1 copy says this means inattention to any work undertaken. Another renders the original by destruction of property, i.e. doing it on dancers, and c. T.E. discrimination between right and wrong. 5 This seems to be some error, for censoriousness has occurred here, but neither the texts nor the commentaries give any help to correct the sira. Perhaps the latter is to be distinguished as referring to the habit, and the former only to sporadic acts of censoriousness. These qualities, I presume, constitute frenzy, they are not the defects. 8 JCE. Where the power to give exists. 184 Sanatsugatiya. Fruit of one's own toils only, and that one should forego one's own profit register trademark symbol. Such a man, possessed of wealth, and possessed of merits, is a liberal man of the quality of goodness asterisk. Such a one diverts the 5 elements from the 5 senses. This register trademark symbol pure penance, acquired out of desire register trademark symbol by those who are fallen off from the truth, even though developed, leads upwards, since sacrifices are performed owing to a misapprehension of the truth register trademark symbol, the 1 note of friends. 2 for a friend. 5 Sijita, p. 120. Asterisk. The commentators take this to mean objects of sense, and they interpret elements before to mean senses. 5. Viz. The turning away of the senses from their objects says. 1 copy of Sankasa. Register trademark symbol SIL. To enjoy the higher enjoyments of superior worlds. Asterisk. I.e. to the higher worlds, it does not lead to emancipation here. Register trademark symbol compare. Mundaka, p. 277. I must own that I do not quite understand this passage, nor its explanation as given in the commentaries. I do not quite see what the penance here mentioned has to do with sacrifice, and yet the commentators seem to take the words since sacrifices and see, with what precedes them, not with what follows. Taking them, however, with what follows, it is difficult to explain the word since. As far as I can understand the passage, I take the sense of it to be as follows, the author having said that penance performed out of a particular motive does not lead to final emancipation, he then proceeds to point out that all action or sacrifice one is due to an imperfect understanding of the truth, compare p. 171 supra, being mostly due to some particular motive. Then he goes on to show the different classes of sacrifice, and finally points out that he who is free from desires is superior to one who is actuated by desires. The original form misapprehension is ava bodha, which commonly means apprehension, but Sankara finally makes it mean moha or delusion. The original for truth is rendered by nalakam /aa to mean fancies nalakas /aa. Says that the sacrifice by the mind is the highest, that by speech, viz. Brahmayakshya, Gapha, and C, is middling, and that by deed, viz. With clarified butter and other offerings, of the lowest class, perfected by fancies equals one whose fancies are always fulfilled, sent through a knowledge, says Nflakam /ha, of the Brahma as possessing qualities. Chapter V, 21. 185. Sacrifices, of some are by the mind, of others by speech, and also by deed. The man void of fancies takes precedence over the man perfected by fancies, especially among Brahmosas. And hear this further from me. One should teach this great and glorious doctrine. Other doctrines, the wise call mere arrangements of words. On this concentration of mind, all this asterisk depends. Those who know this become immortal, not by meritorious action only. O King! Does one conquer the truth register trademark symbol? One may offer offerings, or sacrifice. By that the child, like man, does not cross beyond death, nor, O King, does he obtain happiness in his last moments asterisk register trademark symbol. One should practice devotion quietly, and should not be active, even in the mind, and then one should avoid delight and wrath, resulting from praise and center. Shall register trademark symbol. I say to you, O learned person, that adhering to this register trademark symbol, one attains the Brahman and perceives it, O Kshatriya, by a course of study of the Vedas. One this also one is far from clear. Should it be, and a Bimasa more especially. This might be taken as referring to one who knows the Brahman as devoid of qualities, as Nalak has /ha does take it. But his construction is not quite clear. 2 as serviceable in attaining to the glory, the Brahman, see p.180. See note 1 at p.181. As to arrangements of words compare. Meta, p. 179. 4 cents everything says one copy of Sankara's commentary, all that is good and desirable says another. Compare inter alia, Muzdaka, pp. 281 to 314. Here he has got to undergo migration from one life to another. As the result of the action. Compare. Phhe Dharamyaka, p. 856, Mwaideka. p. 278. 7 cf. Git, p. 70. Register trademark symbol, bid pp. raw, 110. Te. The yoga or concentration of mind high described. This stanza, like many others in this chapter, occurs in chapter lit with slight variations. 186 Sanatsugatiya. Quopra 6. That pure, great light, which is radiant, that great glory that, verily, which the gods worship that by means of which the sun shines forth register trademark symbol. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. From that pure principle, the Brahman degree is produced. By that pure principle, the Brahman is developed. That pure principle, not illumined among all radiant bodies, is itself luminous and illuminates them. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The perfect is raised out of the perfect. It, being raised out of the perfect, is called the perfect. The perfect is withdrawn from the perfect, and the perfect only remains. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. Free from ignorance and other taints. See Katha, p. 144. Sankara compares Kasha, p.142. C. 2, Mundaka, pp. 3033. And note 4 infra. Svetzvatara, p. 347, and p. 180 supra. Sankara refers to Brj Dharanyaka, p. 887. Compare. Jita, pr2, note x. Named Hiramyagarbha Sankara. Compare. Jita, p. 107. Svethsva. Tara, p. 354, Mundaka, p. 309, Matat, p. 130, Tate. Aaron, p. 894. T in the form of Verg, says Sankara. As to these 2, compare. Mundaka, pp. 270 to 272, and Sankara's and Anandajan's notes. There. See also Svetzvatara, pp. 324,325, and Nsim Tapint. Ppp 233, 234, Colebrook, Essays, pp. 344. 368, Madras reprint. The Virag corresponds rather to the Gtos material. World viewed as a whole, the Hirasagarbha to the subtle elements. Similarly viewed, a neither stage in the development. Compare. The Vedantasaya. Cf. Mundaka, p. 303, and Jait, p. 112. The individual self is part of the Supreme. Jita, pr2, perfect. Equals not limited by space, time, and c. As being part of a thing perfect. In its essence, the individual soul also is perfect. The individual self is withdrawn from the perfect, viz. the whole aggregate of body, senses, and see presided over by the self. And when so withdrawn it appears to be the pure self only. Cf. Brihadranyaka, p. 948. Chapter 6, 6. 187. From the Brahman, the waters are produced, and then from the waters, the gross body. In the space within that, dwelt the two divine principles, both enveloping the quarters and subquarters, support. Earth and heaven register trademark symbol, that eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The horse *, like senses, lead towards heaven him, who is possessed of no legend divine, who is free from old age, and who stands on the wheel of this chariot, like body, which is transient, but the operations of which are imperishable. That eternal divine being register trademark symbol is perceived by devotees. His form has no parallel, no one sees him with the eye. 8. Those who apprehend him by means of the understanding, and also the mind and heart, become immortal register trademark symbol. That eternal the 5 elements, says Sankara, compare 8 Arya, p. 189, and for gross body the original is literally water, SCE Supra, p. 79 pounds. Note 6, and c. 2, Sopanishad, p. 11, and Svetisvataya, p. 368. 4 different but kinded meanings. Viz. The lotus-like heat. Compare Aindogya, p. 528. Register trademark symbol. The two principles between them pervade the universe, the individual self being connected with the material world, the other with heaven. Divine is, literally, the brilliant, says Sankara, who quotes Kasha, p. 305, as a parallel for the whole passage. Compare Kasha, p. 111, Matat, pp. 19-34, and Mahabharata Strt. Pavan, chap. 7, St. 13. Heaven equals the Brahman here, see Bri/harder. Rainyaka, p. 876, divine equals not vulgar, or unrefined, Sankara, who adds that though the senses generally lead one to sensuous objects, they do not do so when under the guidance of true knowledge. The body is perishable, but action done by the self while in the body leaves its effect. To whom, namely, the man of knowledge goes, as before stated. 7. Compare Svetisvatara, p. 347. Compare Kasha, p. 152, and comment there, where the eye is said to stand for all the senses. Kasha, p. 149, Svetisvatara, pp. 346-348, also p. 330, should it be Manisha there instead of Manviso, the meanings of the three words are difficult to fix accurately. Sankara varies in his into pre 188 Sanatsugatiya. Divine being is perceived by devotees. The rents of 12 collections, supported by the deity, regulate the honey, and those who follow after it move about in this dangerous world. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The bee drinks that accumulated honey for half a month. The Lord created the oblation for all beings, register trademark symbol. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. Those who are devoid of wings, coming tassions. Probably the meaning he gives here is the best. Mind and understanding have been explained at Gita 57p. The heart is the place within, where the self is said to be, and it may be taken as indicating the self. The meaning would then be a direct consciousness in the self of its unity with the Supreme. C. 2, Tate. Aaron. p. 896. 1. The 5 organs of action, the 5 senses of perception, the mind and understanding make the 12. 2. Each current has its own honsi regularly distributed to it, under the supervision of the deity, the Supreme. Honey equals material enjoyment. Compare Kasha, p. 126, where Sankara renders it by Mafala, fruit of action. 3. Who supervises the distribution as stated. Compare Vedfontas Fitra. T. 2, 28-31. Brahmara, which the commentators interpret to mean one who is given to flying about, the individual self. Register trademark symbol JE in 1HFE in respect of actions done in a previous life. 5. Sankara says this is in answer to a possible difficulty that action performed here cannot have its fruit in the next world, as the fruit one is so far removed in time from the action. The answer 1s, the Lord, the Supreme, can effect this, and taking his existence into account there is no difficulty. Oblation equals food, and c. Sanka. The meaning of the whole passage, which is not very clear, seems to be that the Lord has arranged things so that each being receives some of this honey, this food, which is the fruit of his own action. Then the question arises, do these beings always continue taking the honey and migrating, or are they ever teleiast? That is answered by the following sentence. 7. The wings of knowledge, says Sakara, citing a Brahmava text. Those, verily, who have knowledge are possessed of wings, those who are not possessed of knowledge are devoid of wings. Chapter 6, IO. 189. To the Asvatha of golden leaves, there become possessed of wings, and fly away happily. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The upward life wind swallows up the downward life wind, the moon swallows up the upward life wind, the sun swallows up the moon, and another dollar swallows up the sun. Moving about above the waters, the Supreme Self-Register trademark symbol does not raise one leg. Should he raise that which is always performing sacrifices degree, there will be no death, no immortality. Register trademark symbol. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. 1. So, literally, Sankara explains golden to mean beneficial and pleasant by a somewhat fanciful derivation of the word Hirasia. He refers to Jita, PR1, about the leaves of the as Vatha. Nilakantaka takes the leaves to be son, wife, and see, which are golden attractive at first sight. Coming to the Asvatha sun. Kara says means being born as a Brahmamar and see. Flying away. Obtaining final emancipation. Asterisk the selves are compared to birds in the famous passage at Mundaka, p. 306, also Svettsvatara, p. 337. See also Kheda. Rainyaka, p. 499. Asterisk knowledge of whom leads to flying away happily. Asterisk Chardandogya, p. 441. Sankara says that the author here explains the yoga by which the Supreme is to be attained. As to the life winds, compare Gita, p. 62. The moon, says Sankara, means the mind, and the sun the understanding, as they are the respective deities of those organs. Compare Brihadaranyaka, pp. 521-542, and Eta Raya, p. 187, where, however, the sun is said to appertain to the I. 5te the Brahman. The result is, one remains in the condition of being identified with the Brahman. Register trademark symbol literally, flamingo. Compare Svettsvatara, pp. 332, 367, see also p. 289, Matat, 99p, and Commentary on Svettasvatara, p. 283. 7 viz. The individual self, Sankara, that is, as it were, the bond of connection between the Supreme and the world. Cf. Gita, p. 112. Asterisk this is the meaning, though the word in the original is Ritvig, which in the later literature only means priest. Register trademark symbol as the whole of the material world is dissolved, when the self is deceived from the delusion which is the cause of it. 10 viz. Who moves about on the waters, as above stated. 190 Sanatsugatiya. The being which is the inner self, and which is of the size of a thumb, is always migrating in sequence of the connection with the subtle body asterisk. The deluded ones do not perceive that praiseworthy Lord, primeval and radiant, and possessed of creative power asterisk register trademark symbol. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees, leading mortals to destruction by their own action. They conceal themselves like serpents in secret recesses. Register trademark symbol. The deluded men then become more deluded asterisk register trademark symbol. The enjoyments afforded by them cause delusion, and lead to worldly life. That eternal divine being asterisk register trademark symbol is perceived by devotees. This register trademark symbol seems to be common to all mankind, whether possessed of resources or not possessed of resources. It is common to immortality and the other. Those who are possessed of them attain there to the source of the honey. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. They go 1 Svettasvatara, pp. 330-355, Tate. Aris. p. 858, and comments. There. Asterisk the life winds, the 10 organs or senses, mind, and understanding. See the same word similarly interpreted at Svettasvatara. p. 306, and Sankhya 3, 9. According to Sankara, he who makes the distinct entities, after entering into them, he alludes apparently to Khandogya, p. 407. Asterisk namely, that of giving the poison of sensuous objects. Register trademark symbol Ti, the eye, ear, and see, like the holes of serpents. Asterisk i.e., can appreciate naught but those sensuous objects. 7.1 Reading is, lead to danger equals which means to hell. According to Nalekasha. Asterisk sil. Delusion about whom leads to danger or worldly life. Asterisk the quality of being one with the Brahman. In essence. Asterisk self-restraint, tranquility, and trademark symbol la. Whether in the midst of worldly life, or in the state of perfect emancipation. Trademark symbol viz. The resources spoken of before. Asterisk vase. The Supreme Brahman. There. Sankara takes to mean in the supreme abode of Vishvu. See Introduction. Chapter 6, 16. Igai. Pervading both worlds by knowledge. Then the Agnihotra though not performed is, as good as performed. Asterisk. Your knowledge of the Brahman, therefore, will not lead you to littleness. Asterisk. No. Ledges, his name. To that the talented ones attain, that eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The self of this description absorbing the material cause asterisk becomes great. And the self of him who understands that being is not degraded. Here, that eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. One should ever and always be doing good. There is no death, whence can there be immortality? The real and the unreal have both the same real entity as their basis. The source of the existent and the non-existent is but one asterisk. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The asterisk Sankara does not explain this. Nalekasaya says pervading equals fully understanding both worlds equals the self and the not self. Is the mean maximizing LKE that of the passage last cited by Sankara under Vedanta Svitra 4, 214. Asterisk he obtains the fruit of it, Sankara. See as to Agmhora. Khandogya, p. 381 seek. And Vedanta Stitra 4, 1, 16. Register trademark symbol TE this mortal world, as action and see would do. Asterisk IE of one who understands himself to be the Brahman. SCE Aitariya Upanishad, p. 246. Asterisk Sankara says, the cause in which all is absorbed cf. Similar, but not identical, meaning given to Vaisvanra at Aran. Dogya, p. 264, and C. Vedanta Svitra I, 2, 24. Becomes great equals. Becomes the Brahman, Sankara. Asterisk even in this body, Sankara, degradation he takes to mean departure from the body, citing Brihadrazika, p. 540. 7 There is no worldly life with birth and death for one who does good, and thinks his self to be the Brahman, hence no emancipation from such life either. Asterisk the Brahman is the real, and on that the unreal material world is imagined. Compare Taitutya, p. 97, and Sankara's comments there, which are of use in understanding this passage. 192 Sanatsugatiya. Being who is the inner self, and who is of the size of a thumb, is not seen, being placed in the heart. He is unborn, is moving about day and night, without sloth. Meditating on him, a wise man remains placid. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. From him comes the wind register trademark symbol. In him, likewise, is everything dissolved. From him come the fire and the moon, and from him comes life. That is the support of the universe, that is immortal, that is all things perceptible register trademark symbol, that is the Brahman, that glory. From that all entities were produced, and in that they are dissolved register trademark symbol. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. The brilliant Brahman supports the two divine principles and the universe, earth and heaven, and the quarters. He from whom the rivers flow in various directions, from him were created the great oceans. That eternal divine being is perceived by devotees. Should one fly, even after furnishing oneself with thousands upon thousands of wings, and even though one should have the velocity of thought register trademark symbol, one would never reach the end of the great cause. That eternal divine *cf Kasha, pp.130,157, and Paidaranyaka, p. 360. Compare Svetasvatara, p. 342, Kava, pp. 100, 107, Mati, p. 134. Cf. Taittiriya, p. 67, Kasha, p. 146, Mundaka, p. 293. Kasha, p. 298, Mundaka, p. 288. CP 180, Note 7. Register trademark symbol CP 180 Supra. 7. The individual soul, and God say the commentators, the latter being distinct from the Supreme Self. The universe says, Nilakamha, means earth and, by which one suppose he means earth. Heaven, quarters, mentioned directly afterwards. Register trademark symbol Kasha, p. 293. This figure is implied in the Sopanishad, p. 10. Therefore it is endless, says Sarkara, and as to this, compare Taittiriya, p. 1. AO. 6. WW. BD. Chapter 6, 24. 193. Being is perceived by devotees. His form dwells in the unperceived, and those whose understandings are very well refined perceive him. The talented man who has got rid of affection and aversion perceives him by the mind. Those who understand him register trademark symbol become immortal. When one sees this self in all beings stationed in various places what should one grieve for after that register trademark symbol? The Brahma has as much interest in all beings as in a big reservoir of water, to which waters flow from all sides I alone am your mother, father. One tin a sphere beyond the reach of perception, says Sankara, who also quotes Kasha, p. 149, or Svetasvatara, p. 347, where the same line also occurs. The original for understandings is sattva, which Sankara renders to mean antarkarawa. Refined, he says, by sacrifices and other sanctifying opiations. In the Kava at p.148, sattva is rendered by Sankara to mean buddhi, a common use of the word. 8 as being says Sankara, identical with themselves. It will be noted that the form of expression 19 slightly allied here. It is not those who understand this tie in different aggregates of body, senses, and see. Compare Gita. pp. 104 and 124, also a Hindogya, pp. 475 to 551. Degree compare. Brihadranyaka, p. 882, Sayakra also refers to Isapa. Nishad, p. 14. 5. The words are pretty nearly the same as at Jita, p. 48. San Kara says, the Brahmama who has done all he need do has no interest whatever in any being, as he has none in a big reservoir. And he cites Jita, p. 54, in support of this. One copy of Sankara, however, differs from this, that runs thus, as a person who has done all he need do, has no interest in a big reservoir of water, so to a Brahmasa who sees the SCLF in all beings, there is no interest in all the actions laid down in the Vedas, and C. As he has obtained everything by mere perception of the self. Nalakanska's reading is exactly the same as at Gift, p. 48. 7. Sankara says that Sanatsugatiya states here his own experiences, like Vaimadeva, about whom there is a reference at Padaranyaka, p. 216, and others, to corroborate what he has already said. Sai. Also Jite, p. 83, as to the whole passage. 3. I. 194 Sanatsugatiya. And I too am the Son. And I am the Self of all. This, that which exists and that which does not exist. I am, the aged grandfather of this, the Father, and the Son, O descendant of Bharata. You dwell in myself only. You are not mine, nor I, yours. The self only is my seat. The self, too, is the source of my birth. I am woven through and through register trademark symbol, everything. And my seat is free from the attacks of old age register trademark symbol. I am unborn, moving about day and night, without sloth. Knowing me, verily, a wise man remains placid, minuter than an atom, possessed of a good mind. Register trademark symbol, I am stationed within all beings. The wise know the Father of all beings to be placed in the lotus, like heart of every Ankh. 1 SCE Jita, p. 84. Nalakor /AA takes what exists to mean present and what does not exist to mean past and future. Compare Kjandogya, p. 532. 2 C. Jita, p. 82, where there is also a similar apparent contradiction. 5. Compare Khandogya, p. 518. That is to say he is unborn, says Nalakavha. Sankara seems to take my with seat only, and not with bith, for he says everything has its buthfyam, the self. 5. Compare Mundaka, p. 298, Matat, p. 84, and comment there. Register trademark symbol. Compare Jia, pp. 77, 109, and K. Adndogya, pp. 535, 550. 7 CP 192, Note 2. Register trademark symbol. Compare Jita, p. 78, and Note 3 there. 9 T.E. A mind free from affection and aversion, hated, and c. Sanka. Copyright symbol CF, Jite, P1x3, and Note 3, and also Vsopanishad, PR2. 4 Khandogya, P528, and compare. Gita, P113. Anugita. Introduction. 2. Anugita. Like the Bhagavad-Gita and the Sanatsugatiya, the Anugita is one of the numerous episodes of the Mahabharata. And like the Sanatsugatiya, it appears here for the first time in an English, or, indeed, it is believed, in any European garb. It forms part of the Asvamedha Parvan of the Mahabharata, and is contained in 36 chapters of that Parvan. These chapters, being chapters 16 to together with all the subsequent chapters of the Asvamedha Parvan, form by themselves what in some of our copies is called the Anugita Parvan, a title which affords a parallel to the title Bhagavad-Gita Parvan, which we have already referred to. The Anugita is not now a work of any very great or extensive reputation, but we do find some few quotations from it in the Bhashyas of Sankaratriya, and one or two in the Sankhyazdra of Vyanabhikshu, to which reference will be made hereafter. And it is included in the present volume, partly because it affords an interesting glimpse of sundry old passages of the Upanishad literature, in a somewhat modified, and presumably later, form, and partly, perhaps I may say more especially, because it professes to be a sort of continuation, or rather recapitulation, of the Bhagavad-Gita. At the very outset of the work, we read that after the great fratricidal war of the Mahabharata was over, and the Pandavas had become sole and complete masters of their ancestral kingdom, Kvishva and Arjuna, the two interlocutors in the Bhagavad-Gita happened to take a stroll together in the great magical palace built for the Pandavas by the demon Maya. In the course of the conversation which they held on the occasion, Krishna communicated to Arjuna his wish to return to his own people at Dvaraka, now that the business which had called